Hi. How are we doing, Star Fam? It is currently still flooding in LA. I don't know what's happening. Like they said, we were going to get rain. Nobody said storm. It is insane. How are we all doing? Thank you all so much for joining me. Well, this show has took a turn. I mean, we kind of knew that it was going to take a turn for the worse. But my God, today, did they lock in? They locked in on being awful. And honestly, I thought that Alex was going to be the worst of the men. I had no idea that Chris was going to say, hold my beer. What is going on, child? Hi, if you're new here, I am Nikki.Star. I do comedic reviews of your favorite reality TV shows. I forgot the rest of my speech. Oh, in the beginning, I give my thoughts and opinion about the review, and then I hop into the comment sections to chat with the Star family, and we talk about the show for about an hour to 4 hours. And maybe other things. Normally it's other things, but just so you know, the review is going to be about 30 to 45 minutes. I have to cover 3 episodes, so give me some time. Thank you so much for joining me. If you're going to be a part of the replay game, just know that I forgot my speech again. Just know that the what, guys? What's the speech? Just know that the timestamps will be posted in the description box below. Thank you so much for joining me. You know, I'm just going to record that because I keep on forgetting it every freaking time. And I forgot to put the timestamps in my Tyra documentary. I'll do that after this live. I fell asleep. It's the rain. The rain has made me so like, all I do is like sleep. It just makes me so chill. Sorry about that, guys. But if you watch that, just know I go all the way through. So, oh my God, today, forgive me. Let's get right. You know what? What's going on with this? Oh, I wanted that color. Sorry, y'all. I'm shopping. I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be. But you know, I'm a girl. It is what it is. I'm not purchasing it though because it's not black owned, and I'm only doing black. Ooh, tomorrow from 3 p.m. onward. Do I want to do? Hold on, guys. I'm making an appointment. Forgive me. All these messages just came in at the same time. Saturday, 10. Oh my God, my class. This is so ghetto. Forgive me. I literally no, my Pilates class. Oh no, what? Tomorrow's Friday. Lord, forgive me. Tomorrow. What am I doing tomorrow? This is so ghetto. This is so ghetto. This is so ghetto. I can do 9. So sorry, y'all. 10, 9:45. Sorry. It's hard being me. It's hard being a girl. I'm like doing all of my girl stuff. The ladies know what I'm talking about. It's when like all your girly stuff, your girly maintenance happens at like the same time. So like they all fall in the same month. Like my nails I have to get done. If you watch my vlog, sorry, I'm going to the black owned nail salon because yeah, you'll find out about that on Sunday. But all of my like girly things are happening at the same time. Everything is coming due at the same time. And in LA, last tangent before I get into the review. LA is so unfreaking professional. I just don't. Maybe it's because people do like a lot of celebrities here or whatever. The unprofessionalism, I cannot take it. And the older I get, the more annoyed I get. I just cannot take it. Like, why are you texting me like we girlfriends? I told you my last girl tried to do that mess and I ain't like that, but it's the Los Angeles culture. No professionalism whatsoever. Let's get into the review. Oh my God, girl, leave me alone. Let's get into the review. Love is blind and it'll take over your mind. We open up with Brittany talking to production about Devontae. Here's the thing, Love is Blind. I can't wait for the documentary about Love is Blind to come out because I think these people are staying not just because they want to. I feel like some people do want to be married. Some people do like the partner that they partnered up with. I think people are forcing themselves to stay for the show, right? Brittany don't like Devontae. Devontae don't like Brittany. These two are staying together for the show. We have to be honest about the aspect of, D-lister fame that comes from these reality TV shows that will force people to do things that they really would never do had fame and money and opportunities not been on the table. She is talking to production about how he doesn't like her. She's attracted to him. We've already heard conversations with her from last episodes where she's talking about she will have sex with this man for him to like her. And I honestly think that it's just so she can stay in the process. You don't like him. It is very obvious. Brittany is forcing herself every freaking scene. When she talks about how attractive he is, I'm like, girl, you don't mean that. Girl, you don't mean that. Devontae looked like a potato. You are not attracted to him, Brittany. A Yukon Gold potato, to be exact. You are not attracted to him, and we just have to stop the games. So she's sitting there talking to production about how he doesn't like her. Devontae comes out there and he, gets her and talks to her and woos her. And I'm like, girl, when you watch this back, I know you are cringing because here you are crying over a man that's serving potato and built like a Roblox. You have to be embarrassed by this display. Fame is not all that to embarrass yourself like this. I'm not convinced. Moving on. I wonder what happened after this, right? Because we start off with Brittany crying about Devontae doesn't want her. Devontae comes in. What is up, Devontae? Not only does Devontae not know what he looks like, Devontae don't know his size. Everything is medium. Devontae, baby, you're not medium. You a double X. You are a big boy. What do you see when you look in the mirror? You know what? I think he thinks that he looks like Paul Walker. May he rest in hell, child. I used to be in love with him. I didn't know that he was messing with kids. Anyway, you are not sure of your appearance at all because he's gripping up Brittany in these medium t-shirts. His do men have fupas? His dupa. This dupa is hanging out of this shirt. And I'm like, all of your clothes are 4 stars. What is going on? The identity crisis in this couple is crazy. My God today. But I was just watching their next scene and I was like, what happened with them in production? Because in one scene, she's crying about how this man is not attracted to her. And then the next scene, she's talking about love is really blind. I love Devontae. And they're like laughing and, in the bed, rubbing their feet together. And I'm like, well, what happened? I thought you guys were both going to leave the process. What did production say? Did they tell you that they not letting y'all out of that contract? Like, what happened for this to be a complete 180? How long were those scenes apart? That just did not make sense to start us here and then take us here and not give us anything in the middle to make sense of how we got here. The editing this season sucks. There is no through line with any of these stories. They just throw everything. They just throw whatever footage they have out there and make us, the viewers, figure it out. Y'all don't care no more. Love is Blind, are you depressed? Like, what is going on? Y'all letting yourselves go. Y'all are letting y'all self go. So we see Jordan's home. Y'all know I love Big Boy. I don't have nothing against him. I'm not from Ohio. So I am genuinely asking, does Jordan live in the hood? The front porch and his basement was given a projects. Like that wall, if you've been lived in the projects, you know what I'm talking about. That's a project wall. His basement, it's like, oh, this is projects. Oh my God. Is Ohio? Is that the projects or is that just Ohio? Because that front porch, if you're from Philly, you know what I'm talking about. They look like those refurbished project homes and West Philly. Is that West Philly? Yeah, West Philly. They look like them refurbished project homes. Does he live in? Does he live in? No. Or is this just Ohio? I don't know. I come from a colonial ghetto city, so I don't know if this is what cities look like outside of my Liberty Bell town. Oh, shout out to Philly for putting back the excuse me, Jordan. Shout out to Philadelphia for putting the slave monuments back up. I knew we would because my city don't play. I told you I'm not radical. I'm just from Philly. Play with somebody else, Trump, not Philly. Anyway, I was like, okay. A working class man. My God, today. I'm telling you, with men, the way they live is so scary. If you meet a guy and you go to his home and it's clean and he don't give serial killer, that's the one, girl, because that's abnormal. That's the one. Because the way they live, Jordan's home, I was like clenching my imaginary purse because I wouldn't have put nothing down in there. I was like, oh, the toothpaste just crusted on the toothbrush. How do they live like this? It's like, ooh, my God, today. Then we see Amber's home. Where is she at with her Block Hills? Hey, girl. Then we see Amber's home. I don't want to say it's not a match, but Amber, that house is so nice. That house is so nice. She first of all, she said she bought this house and she fixed it up on her own. She really made it nice and she personalized it to her and her daughter. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that she shouldn't be dating and falling in love and getting married or whatever, if that's what she wants to do. I just feel like you are doing so good on your own with you and your daughter. Why you want to, you know what I mean? Like, why would you want to interfere with that? Her home was so nice. Her daughter had her own personal space. It was just like, oh, why would you bring a man into this? Why would a man be there? Like, why? Especially a man that's dirty. Like, my God, today, no shade, Jordan. I love you. You're the nicest guy on this show. But why bring him into this environment? It was so nice, so clean, so pretty, so peaceful. Why would you bring a man into this? Why would you disrupt your daughter's beautiful normalcy for a man that don't even clean toothpaste off his toothbrush? Jordan, that bothered me. That bothered me because I know you saw that and you just kept going. And it's like it's sealed to the toothbrush. So it's been there a minute. My God, today. But her home is absolutely beautiful. I don't know. When I saw the homes, I was just like, I just don't feel like it's a match. Jordan he's a nice guy that he lives differently. Why he got to move in? Just date, have fun. I feel like, especially when you're a single mom to a young daughter, a young child, period, I feel like you just need to date for a while. You know what I mean? You just need to be somebody's long-term girlfriend until them kids get out the house. Then, you know what I mean? Then you could be like, I want to live my life like this. But I just feel like that you just got something so good for you and your daughter. I just was like, damn. I know if I was the daughter, I'd be pissed that she disrupted my joy for him. No shade, Jordan. No shade. I just feel like just if you like Jordan, make him a sneaky link. You know what I mean? Have fun. Have him come over, because I know you don't want to go over there, girl. Shaking out your coat when you leave his home. Have him come over when you're doing it with her dad. Put him out when the baby come back. What's wrong with that? Do a little drive-by when you're doing her at school. Like, there's ways. There's ways to make this work where he doesn't have to come in and disrupt your peace. Who the hell is this? I have thoughts. So this is, in this episode, we meet a lot of people's family. Through episode 7 through 9, we're going to the couple's homes and we're meeting the couple's families. We go with Christine and Vic to meet Christine's mom. I want to meet Vic's family, and I want Vic to be honest about Christine and her situation, because not only is Vic raised by a single Black mother, he got sisters. Christine, girl. Christine got a lot going on. A lot. This is the thing. I don't think much was mentioned about how much she got going on in the pods. Y'all was too busy praying. Y'all wasn't getting to the meat and potatoes. So we meet Christine's mom. As soon as we meet Christine's mom, she lets us know from the jump Christine's father was a terrible human being. She said, yeah, he wasn't good. No, terrible man. Horrible. What wasn't he? Terrible. I was like, ooh, okay, it's the introduction. Like, slow down. Let him know how terrible the dad was at Christmas or something. She just went right out there. She said, welcome to my family. Her father is Basura. And then it just becomes this really somber like story about how terrible Christine's family is, and it's really just her and her mom. And I'm saying this, listen, but I'm Black American. I'm assuming that Grenadians are similar. I'm thinking, I don't know how well this story is going to go over with his mother and his sisters. Here is why. And we talk real here. We talk race here. Christine is a white woman from the boondocks of Ohio. That's already enough. Then she got all these family issues. It's too much. It's too much work. You got to be one or the other. Combined, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm probably going to tell my brother, let's find somebody else. It's too much. It's too much. However, Vic seemed to be cool. The problem is Vic is always cool. Nothing bothers Vic. And I'm just like, y'all, I don't know. I like Christine and Vic, but I'm like, are y'all having real conversations? Is this like, what's happening here in this relationship? Because everything is just so chill. Nobody has any issues. Nobody has any problems. At least with Brett and Tiffany, we knew about Brett's family, right? The thing about Brett was that he was mad protective over it. He told Tiffany from jump, my family got issues. I do not play about you. And if they ever try to interfere, they are not going to be a part of what we got. Like, he came in very adamant that me and you are starting a family. I have these issues. We're starting a family. Vic and Christine is just very, very somber. And it's like, okay, let's pray. And I'm like, we need to talk some more. Like, are y'all having a conversation? I don't know. And you know what? Again, this could also be Netflix. Love is Blind, just not giving us enough. But I'm just like, what? We'll come back to them. We'll come back to them. I will say, Christine's mom was just like, listen, I like him. He's hot. Mother said, I don't care. Can't nothing be worse than my family. And he's fine. Give me my grandkids. She said, I don't care. He's fine. He seems like a good guy. I want grandchildren. And then Christine was just like, wait, Mom, hold on. We're gonna wait a minute. Christine, what's going on? Something is going on. There's like the show is just not giving us anything about this couple. So you just can't call it. You cannot call it. On one hand, like you see scenes of them, and you're just like, oh yes, we finally got a love story on Love Is Blind. Then you see other scenes and you're just like, what's going on? I can't call them. I'm thrown off. There's like, again, it could just be the editing. There's just like no through line. And I'm just like, y'all, are we missing some things? Or is it just this? Y'all just chill. Y'all just cool on everything. Y'all don't have no issues or no qualms or nothing. Okay. And you know what? I also, and I got to stop doing this with the interracial relationships. I keep on expecting Lauren and Cameron, and that's not fair. That's not fair. I'm going to remove those icons from my mind, but I remember them having conversations. I remember their families being like, is this what you want to do? Then let's talk about how it's going to affect you and us. Like what? They aren't having no conversations. Have we ever talked about conflict? What? God bless them. God, happy loving day. My God, today. I will say, this is about me. This ain't about them. When Vic said, can we pray? And the mom's like, yes, let's pray. And they all prayed together. And I love to pray. It was so beautiful. I will say, oh, baby, I am deconstructing. Because back in the day, that would have got me. Back in the day, I would have went up and I was like, ow, a man that's praying. I would have went up for that. Now I was like, maybe I deconstructed too much. As soon as he said, let us pray, I was like, for what? You want to entrap me in the name of Jesus? You know what I mean? I probably did a little too much deconstructing. Anyway, we're going to circle back to Vic and Christine. I will give them their flowers though. By far, they seem to be the most sane couple on this show. The most, or the couple that matches the best. But we haven't really seen much of them. And I got to be honest with you, we don't get much at Vic and Christine. And could it be because they're boring, or they're just so great? There's no conflict to cover. We will see. We will see. Connor and Bree, the siblings, my God, today, we go see Connor's home. And I, for men's sake, am so glad that women exist. Because if we did not exist, how would they be living? I don't think if women didn't exist, I don't think that men would have evolved. I don't think they would have evolved. I think they would have probably still been in caves. His home. And you know what? Maybe I've been in LA too long, and the LA boys are just pretty. All of their houses is nice. All of their homes is nice. You rarely see LA men living like this. Like how these men on this show. Maybe it's the location. I don't know, but LA dudes be having them high rises. They got somebody coming to clean. The house is nice, prepped, too prepped, but it's nice. These men, every home looks like a prison. Every home looks like a prison. Bree was mean when she went in there. She was like, Bree was like, oh, we're staying with me. And I thought that was so crazy because all of the women, all of them were just like, oh, we're going to have to stay at my home. All of the men were living in such squalor. The women were just like, I'm not staying here. We're going to have to live in my home. Red flag number one. They don't have a home to put you, a habitable home to put you in, and you trying to take his last name? Child, let me shut up. I'm single. They're going to tell me you don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Have fun at hell. Um, the way Bree and Connor communicate, again, I think a few of you in here let me know that that is white culture, and thank you so much because I was just like, I don't get this. I don't get like I don't see the love. I don't see the affection. I just see them like throwing insults back at each other and going, why would you say that? Wah, wah, wah. It's so like a straight man and his stud bestie. It's very, 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 very weird, their energy. But again, that's not my culture and not my business. If they like it, I hate it. So good for them. But it's just like their conversations are always, even when they're serious, they're always breaking each other's balls. Is it busting or breaking? I'm in white people's business. Busting. They're always busting each other's balls. And I'm like, why? Why? And maybe I'm just too much of a lover girl because a man ain't never going. A man that I'm laying with ain't never going to talk to me like that. It's not for me. It's absolutely for Bree. It's just so weird because I'm like, is that how y'all show love to each other? Oh my God! Today, where is the love? Where is the love? Alex meets Ashley's family. Um, these two, this thing, I know this one is not going to be a wedding. I just know. First of all, the reason why I know is because Alex keeps on trying to break up with Ashley. Alex keeps on trying to break up with Ashley, and Ashley keeps on trying to have sex with him. Girl, you put your panties on, cross them legs, and start to think for a minute. Where's your womanly discernment? Where is it? He keeps on trying to get out of the situation. Anyway, so Alex meets with Ashley's family. Alex is Kiwi. He got a Kiwi pappy. That's what it is. Because I was like, he looks Brazilian. He's not, it's not giving full Caucasian. It's giving something. And we find out that he's Kiwi. His papa is Kiwi. His mama is white. So that tattoo is not appropriation. That is actually his his culture. So that's where that tan comes from. Ashley's family, that pappy ain't playing with Alex. Oh my God. The way he got Alex to tell his entire life story, he got Alex to tell his life story. He made him tell us stuff we never heard. Alex's life. Listen, everybody has a struggle, right? Nobody has a perfect life. Alex is in no way ready to be anybody's husband or father. When he was talking about all, he kept on saying he was thrown away. He don't know his dad. His stepdad was mean to him. He was beat. You got to work that stuff out. You have to work that stuff out. And from the way Alex acts, he has not did the work. He needs to do the work before he tries to be the leader of a home, of a family. There is work that needs to be done. And Ashley's dad caught it. Ashley's dad, the way he grilled Alex, the way he had Alex stuttering, I was embarrassed for Alex. I was like, ooh. Even Ashley's brother was just like, sorry for my dad. Like he had to apologize for the way his dad was. But Ashley's dad was going after Alex. And he knew. He knew that Alex was a BSer. He got it. He got it. Alex was scared. He kept on looking down. I said, oh, he got you on the ropes. He got you on the ropes. Then we get to the infamous thing that has been taking over the internet. Did you vote for Trump? Alex goes, no. And the dad goes, and he goes, but I would have if I was here. I was out of the country. I would have, but if you knew you want to leave the country during the election, you could. Anyway, he's those guys. He's one of those guys. Anyway. He says, I would have voted for him if I was in America at the time because I love Trump. Who's shocked? Who's shocked? That's why Ashley is attracted to him. That family is MAGA. So she thought she got the right kind of MAGA guy to bring home to daddy. And daddy said, no, that is not it. Alex, Ashley's dad has Alex on the ropes. He is all over the place with these jobs and all of these opportunities. Alex has more jobs and opportunities than the jobs that are available in America. My God, today, he keeps a job. I can get a contract here. I got a contract here. I got a job opportunity. I got a job opportunity there. Really? So you can just go to any of these places and get a job? Everybody, you're that great of a worker. Everybody just wants to hire you. And you expect her father to believe that? You don't have no job, no home, but everybody wants to hire Alex. We see the scam. When his Ashley's dad then gets a confessional, and producer asking him about Alex, and he's just like, one thing I know about him is that honesty is not his strength. And he kept on clocking that with Alex. He was just like, are you telling me the truth? You telling me the truth? You telling me the truth? And I was just like, yeah, I am. He's like, keep on looking down. And I was like, I'm looking over here. He's like, oh, well, you sure you're telling me the truth? Like, her dad was on him. She seen it. And she even told Alex to his face, Ashley doesn't pick good men. So he was letting him know, you don't have my approval. Alex couldn't catch that at all. Next up, we get to Mike. This is not where we meet Mike's family, because we'll get into that. But there was a good conversation with Mike and Emma at the end of episode 1. And here's the thing. I think that Mike is a good guy. Mike really wants kids. Mike really wants to be married. I don't know if he wants to be married to Emma, but Mike really wants to be married and he wants to have kids. The way he keeps on asking Emma about it, it's becoming a little pestering, right? Because he's not asking her because he wants to know. He's asking her because he wants to manipulate her into saying yes. Even if he's being nice about it, you know that this woman said she is 50-50. Here's the thing. They both knew that she was on the fence about children and the pods. So when Mike chose her, he chose the 50-50. He chose the 50-50 of having children or not. Here's the thing that Emma needs to start asking Mike. You want to have kids? Great. Do you want to be a father? Because that is a conversation that I think that they are avoiding, because many men want kids, right? A legacy, somebody to take on my name. But not many of them want to be a father. And Emma should ask that. And I feel like if that is asked and they have that conversation, Emma is not going to like how he wants their dynamic to go as parents. Keep in mind, this is an Italian-American man. Yeah. Let's get into episode 8. Chris. My God. Today. This came out of nowhere. Chris did not seem evil in the pods. He did not seem evil in the pods. Chris and Jess. So we open up this episode with Chris basically saying that he is not interested in Jess. Well, not saying, but it was just really, for me, it was really obvious that he was just not into her, because they're having like this little lovey-dovey conversation, and she tells him that she said that she loves him and she is so excited to come home to him. She's just like, I feel so great to say that I'm excited when I come through the door, because I know that you're gonna to see you. You know what I mean? Like that's how I know this is real, because I get excited when I know that you're gonna be in our home. And Chris looks at her and he goes, well, yeah, I'm gonna be here. And I was like, oh, are you not going to tell her that you're excited to come home to her as well? But if you notice, it's always been Jess all over Chris. Chris always pulls back when she tries to like get close to him or like just intimate with him. He always pulls back, and she's always the one like trying to initiate some kind of connection. And I just excuse that, and that's just being her bubbly personality. But now looking back, I'm like, oh, he was never into her from the moment he saw her. And there's another couple that I think one person is not, I'm not talking about Devontae and Brittany. One person is not attracted to the other. But I like the person that I think that the person is not attracted to, so I'm not going to say it. But I think it's because every time there is a kiss, she's doing oh darn it, she's doing the same thing that Chris is doing, and I'm just like, I don't think you're into him. But I think you're trying to convince yourself that, well, you need help, and you're trying to convince yourself that this is a good enough guy to make this work. I don't think you like him, but I'm gonna hold my opinion until next week. But you could see that this man is just not that into her. We also are starting to see the cracks in Alex and Ashley because they're having an issue, an intimacy issue, and a nitpicking issue. What's really happening here with them is that they both know that they're not compatible. They both know. Ashley knows that he's not attracted to her. She knows it. She keeps on trying to convince herself because she has been, I believe, in Ohio, especially America, that she's the beauty standard, right? So she can't fathom this guy not being all over her like she would expect him to be. This is a skinny blonde white woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. And Alex is like, I can live without it, right? So this is affecting her self-esteem. Also, what I think is happening with Ashley is that she also has to be honest with herself. She doesn't want to be a nomad. Alex said, I will say this about Alex. He has been explicit about he plans on living a nomadic life. He doesn't want to keep on telling, I don't want to get stuck in Ohio. He keeps on saying that. And she's like, oh, sure, I'll figure it out on my job. But, I do want to move up and I do want to move up at my job, but my job has been very flexible. I don't want to leave it, but I can look at other places. You don't want to do that. You don't want to leave. She's saying she doesn't want to leave her job. She doesn't want to leave the security, and especially the financial security of her father. Her father is a provider. He said, I'm a provider. He takes care of her very well. All Ashley needs a man for is sex. Her dad got everything else. She doesn't want to leave that because if she leaves that security, she has to be dependent on the nomad who says he got all these jobs that don't be manifesting. So she doesn't trust that she'll be taken care of the way she's being taken care of by her dad. But she want to jump his bones. So the sex is keeping her, the non-sex child, we'll get into that, in a situation that does not suit her. Then you have Alex. He's not attracted to Ashley. She's not his type. She's not what he would normally go for. She even said that because she's just like, because they get into a fight about a water bottle. He was like, not to be nitpicky. This is what men do. They won't break up with you, but they will make themselves so unbearable that you are going to be the one that walks away. Because your issue about her moving a water bottle is not enough for you to withhold sex from her. You are using that as an excuse because you are not attracted to her. And that's why she called you out and said, are you attracted to me? He's like, yeah. When Alex is lying, he stutters. When Alex is lying, he stutters. He goes, yeah. But he can't. But he also cannot help but tell this lady that she's not his type. You're not my type. Like I told you, brunette, tan skin, Brittany. You know what I mean? Like he can't help but let her know that she is not it. And Ashley was just like, well, if you're attracted to me, you have to let me know. Like I want to engage with you sexually, and we're not having sex. She's like she was like in Mexico. The last time we had sex was Mexico. We've been back here. We haven't had sex. I'm sexually frustrated. And I was just like, did I not come out the room and take you from behind? And she was just like, yes, because I told you I was horny. He was like, well, what do you want me to do? Ashley, you know that if a man wants you, you don't have to ask. That dingaling is always on display when he wants you. So she again, homegirl is trying to convince herself. She's just like, well, I don't want to have to like ask you. And he's like, well, you have to let me know. You have to tell me that you want it. That's not true. You never have to ask. If anything, you got to be like, give me a break. My God, today. You're asking, Ashley, all the time. You're initiating all the time. You want to have sex, he decides he wants to go hang out with his friends. You're trying to grind on him, he puts a pillow in between you two. You already know what it is, sis. But I think she just cannot deal with the fact that this guy does not want her. She has been a preference her whole life. And to not be chosen is eating this woman up. Even her father mentioned it. It's like everybody wants her. Alex doesn't. And it's eating her up. So she's trying to. Brittany's doing the same thing with Devontae. These girls are used to getting chosen. They're used to being the preference. And they're getting in front of men who are not preferring them. And it's making them do things that I know that they never had to do. And they're probably watching this so embarrassed. Begging these men to want you when this was probably something you never had to do, especially in Ohio. My God, today. Anyway, Alex wants to backpack around the globe. Like, that's just it. Like, he wants to get out of Ohio immediately because he said I could, I'm entertaining a coaching job in Florida. He said, I know you will love it there because that Florida aligns with our views politically. Like, we would really have a good time there. And I'm like, y'all want to move to Florida because you're aligned with the Floridian politics? Florida, of all places, they are deep MAGA. My God, today. Florida, not because of the weather, right? And then Alex said something about education. I said, Florida? That's news to me. But I could get him if he says, oh, the weather is really, really great. And, I'm Kiwi, so I would like to, that's kind of the weather that I'm used to. And I don't really like the Ohio cold. You didn't mention any of that about Florida. You mentioned politics was the reason. The politics of Florida was the reason why you wanted to move there. Ooh, they are deep in the trenches. Yuck. Anyway, when he mentioned that, I was just like, that's the only thing that they have in common. MAGA. They don't have anything else in common. These two are not a perfect match at all, but they just have awful politics. And so the only time that they're having a good time is when they're probably, bashing immigrants. That's probably when they're, kicking their feet up and having a good time watching Zeus, watching baddies, looking at the Negroes brutalize each other. Because that's how they think we are, right? That's where Black should be. Like, and I'm paraphrasing, but I feel like that is probably exaggerating, but I feel like that is what is keeping them together. The fact that they hate everybody else. Their hate is what's binding them together, but they are not compatible at all. Only compatible politically. But here's the thing. Ashley knows what it is. Alex knows what it is. Him pulling away sexually is a sign because she said in the pods that she wants, the wiener. She was just like, this is what I want. This is what I desire. And, we need to connect like that often to make me feel comfortable in the relationship. And what does he do as soon as y'all get out? pull back off of that. The one thing that you are very adamant about, he decides to shut off from you because he doesn't break up with you. He becomes so awful that you leave and he's not the bad guy. It won't get better, my dear. It will not get better. Also, she's not clocking that Alex wants to move to Florida because his type is there. He said that he could coach anywhere. Yet, he's extremely adamant about Florida. Because that's where his type is. Alex wants a big booty Latina. Afro Latina that don't acknowledge the Afro. You want to press them curls down. Don't you ever come to Alex with your natural curls. You better press them down. But his type is there. And I'm just like, girl, you have to wake up. You have to wake up. You think this man, who your father said has a real hard time with the truth, is going to get you in the land of his type and be faithful? You're already having the questions. You'd be a fool to marry this man and move with him to Florida. You'd be a fool. And he's already letting you know how he grew up. He's already letting you know what it is. I got a lot going on. Ain't nobody been good to me. Don't expect me to be good to you. Oh my God, today. But you know what? This is the life of the MAGA girls. So she probably thinks this is normal. And it's clear as day. This guy do not want you. He tells you every time. But you ask. So you can't get mad at him. He lets you know. He says very clear, you're not my type. And then when you ask him if he likes you, still, what does he do? He stutters. You are not my type, but you're attractive. Wake up, mama. Wake up. Jordan, big boy, meets Amber's brother. Where's the couple? Jordan and Amber. He meets Amber's brother. You can tell that Amber's brother really, really loves her and that they have a really great relationship. That brother's hair, I said, oh, that hair is a choice. That mohawk, the way it was moving, I said, oh, you came camera ready. But I will say that I loved how he cares about Amber and his niece. I thought that was really sweet, the way that he was really just encouraging and kind. This couple has a very kind community. Like, I like them for each other. I just don't think that Jordan needs to move into her home. I think she needs to keep her space. Because I also think that would help their relationship. I don't think Amber wants a man in her space or in her life, but I think if he stays out of her space, it may actually work. Christine and Vic finally have, where are they? They finally have the race talk. It was brief. It was initiated by Christine. Oh my God, today. It was very PG-13, but they seem ready. They seem ready to face the world and raise biracial children. I will say this couple seems very well put together. Very well put together. If the show pulls the rug from under us, because right now this is the only couple that seems like they have a chance to be successful this season. If the show pulls the rug from under us, absolutely evil. Because y'all not giving us anything. And that's what's making me nervous. So if they end up at the altar and Vic walking away, one of them is going to look terrible. Either way, if they break up at the altar or at the reunion, one of them is going to look terrible because we don't see any cracks. And that makes me nervous. Because it's a reality TV show. Why wouldn't they want to gag us? But they both seem very ready. I feel like Christine has been here before. Like, she initiates a lot of conversations. Like, she was the one who was just like, I don't want to date somebody who only dates one thing. And I took that as to be like, I know you're Black. If you only date white women, I'm not for you. So I feel like this isn't new territory for her, especially the way she brings up the conversations. I feel like she's going to be a good white mom, like the good white mom raising the biracial. You know what I mean? I feel like her kids won't be the ones that like are annoying. No shade, shade, and like harassing of Black people. I think she might raise a biracial that will identify as Black. It's given Lisa Bonet. That being said, it was such like a chill, like, you know, the kids will be different. And Christine was just like, how do you feel? Because I'm going to be raising a child that, I want this to work out. Because she was just like, I'm going to be raising a child that I will not particularly understand their experience. How do you feel about that? Vic, why the hell is she asking that? Why aren't you? Oh, this is how it always turns out. This is how it always turns out. This is how it always turns out. Vic should be asking her these questions. Why is she asking these questions? I feel like if this doesn't work out, she's still going to be in the arm of a Black man. I don't think for Christine or her mama that white men are her type. I think we're going to get a biracial out of her, even if it's not through Vic. But they have the conversation. It's really quick, you know, and cute. Hopefully they had deeper ones off camera. Again, we don't know much. We don't know what's going to happen. So we will see. The show just does not cover this couple. Why? My God, today. We meet Brittany's family. And as soon as we meet Brittany's family, I was like, okay, this is why she identifies as Latina. Like, this is why she doesn't identify as Black. Look at her family. Hello, very evident. Do that daddy give Black power? No. And honestly, I don't think it's just a Black man thing. I think it's just a man thing. Men just, when, you know, with children, they're just not hands-on. And they just let the mom, you know, you be with the kids, you teach them everything. But it's just like, I don't think the parents understand that when you are raising children who come from two totally different cultures, especially when one of the cultures has oppressed community, when one of the community has oppressed the other, y'all gotta have that freaking conversation. Y'all gotta make sure those kids are ready to experience a world that sees them a way that maybe you won't see them. That's why you got Devontae acting like that. That man was not prepared for the world. But like, I feel like the interracial couples, y'all be in your own little world and be like, oh, you know, in our world, it's just love and rainbows. That's not the reality of the world for your kids. That's not the reality of the world for your kids. You want to give them a Black name because they're a Black man and they shorten it to Devo. They look at the way they look, fully Black, and get on TV and said they never dated a woman of color. You failed. You dropped the ball. Now this weirdo is on TV and everybody's just like, what the hell is wrong with you? Oh my God. Oh, y'all parents be messing them kids up. Y'all, and you know what? I need more biracial children to be mad at their parents. Please. It seems like y'all are only mad at the color side. Y'all never mad at them parents who failed you. They dropped the ball. Why are you mad at me? Why y'all don't never get mad at that daddy side? Y'all get mad at daddy's whole culture. Y'all never get mad at that side of the family who says, sayonara, figure it out for yourself. Y'all got to take that heat up with them parents. Don't get mad at me, Devo. I didn't name you Devontae. She should have known you was going to identify as white. He looks crazy. Devontae's mom. Your son looks crazy. My God, how old? He's in his 30s? Jesus. Low racial self-esteem, identity crisis in your 30s? Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I will say this, our family was loving. It really was a nice, loving family and supportive. Sometimes too supportive, because for me, the viewer, it's obvious that she's forcing herself to like Devontae. It's so obvious. And the fact that her family couldn't see it, the family's just like, oh my God, you two look so great together. I hope this works. What? Nobody had any apprehension? Is Brittany annoying? Are y'all ready to get her out the house? Like, what is going on? They were trying to pack her up and send her with this man forever. And I'm like, nobody has any apprehension. The black dad didn't catch on to the fact that this black man calls himself Devo when his name is Devontae. Let me tell you something about Brittany. She won't allow that. She won't allow that Devo mess. She says Devontae. She ain't never letting him get rid of his slave name. She says, yeah, Devontae. And he's like, Devo. She not never letting him forget that. He said, black is who you are, and black is who you will remain. Brittany's dad being so enamored with Devontae was also a little off-putting for me. The dad was sweet. I really, really liked him. But to sit there and cry with that man, cry in front of him and be like, I'll give her to you today if you want her. If you could get married today, I'd do it. I say yes right now. I want you a part of this family. That's alarming. Why? Why are you so why aren't you protective over this little girl? Now I will over your daughter. I will say he did say, that's my daughter, and I'm giving her over to you, and I've taken care of her in a way, and that you are going to have to. I loved all of that, but the fact that he was just so eager for her to marry, like he didn't have. Like, where were the questions? What were the tough questions? I wanted him to grill Devontae like Ashley's dad did Alex. You weren't looking for anything. He was so ready for Brittany to marry this dude. He started crying. In a confessional, if the wedding was today, I wish it were, because I would give her to him today. I'm sorry, I want the father to have a little apprehension. Just a little. Suss the man out. Be like, yeah, well, I got to meet more of you. I can't give you my approval. Something. The dad was like, you have it. Get her out of here. Dad, I wanted a little bit more. We have to meet Devontae's family. Like, are we going to meet them on episode 10? Aren't the weddings 11? So much is about to happen. So much is about to happen. I'll wrap this up with, I just felt like it was far too easy for Devontae to get Brittany's dad's approval when let's be clear, he didn't ask for it. He didn't ask for it. But the dad gave it to him anyway. Ciao, 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 ciao. Black fathers of biracial children, you have got to clock in. You have got to clock in. Y'all only clock into y'all blackness when it benefits you. Y'all don't give a damn about them kids and how the world is seeing them. Y'all have got to clock in. Chris. So then we get to Jess and Chris. Jess comes home excited. She gives me Disney adult. Very excited to see Chris because she said, I'm always so excited that I get to come home to you. She says hi to him. He comes in from outside. Again, is this an Ohio thing? Y'all don't have balconies? Y'all don't have doors to like get to your outside entrance? Y'all got to go through windows? What's going on in Ohio? Anyway, he comes out of the window, a grown man, into his home, and she's just like she's happy to see him, but then she says, "Well, I wish you would have came home last night." And I'm like, "Ooh, what happened?" And he's like, "Oh, well, I was just getting a drink with my friend." And she's like, "I get that, but we live together. So you getting a drink with your friend and you're staying out all night and saying, 'Hey, I want to stay at my place,' that's concerning me because we live together." And he was just like, well, that's just something that she said, "Well, that's great that's just something you do, but I'm your fiance now. I deserve, a little bit of courtesy." He's like, "Oh, okay." And then she's like, "And I'm feeling you pull away from me because when I told you I loved you in the text, you did not respond." I don't think she expected for him to respond the way he did, because he was like, "Well, I didn't respond because, oh," I'm gonna do his voice. "Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard to like explain this. Um, I I normally go for girls who do Pilates and like CrossFit." Ooh, I know I'm gonna sound like a bad person. So it's it's um it's just really difficult to like, you know. And she goes, "Is it my body? You don't like my body?" He's like, well, I don't know if I could get there." Whoa, whoa. Time. What happened? And now I'm thinking the friend that you went to go get drinks with was a woman, and you took her back to your place. Because how do we get from you only like women that do CrossFit to you can't get there with her? She was so taken aback. And you know what? Of course you would be. He dropped a bomb on that girl out of nowhere. And I think he felt confident enough to do that because he was with somebody else. Um, then that's where episode 8 ends. We get into episode 9. He tells her, in episode 9, we open up with Chris and Bree, and he tells her, after he says that he doesn't feel like he could wait, did he say that he could get there with her? Yeah. He tells her, "Well, I've been thinking about my second pick, Bree." And she's like, "Oh." And he was just like, I feel like I'm more attracted to her, and I just keep on having these thoughts that if I picked her, what if we would have worked out, and I just can't stop thinking about her." So Jess is devastated, rightfully so. All she said was, "Can you respond to my text?" He tells her, "I like CrossFit and Pilates baddies. You are not it. Matter of fact, I'm thinking about Bree." First of all, does Bree give CrossFit and Pilates? Bree doesn't seem fit to me. So what are you talking about? And that girl is like just as like a zero. What? Ciao. Anyway, so she is heartbroken. She gets up and leaves because she is just like so devastated. She's in a confessional and she's just like, "I am not going to stay with somebody who doesn't like me. He just doesn't." And Chris is saying, I want to, in his confessional, he's just like, "Well, I was just telling her how I feel. I still want to like do this, but if, she doesn't want to do that, I mean, is it bad that I want to have sex with somebody who does Pilates?" I cannot believe that this hobbit is turning her down with confidence. With confidence. Listen, men, the internet is lying to you. Them dating coaches are scammers. The masculinity coaches, scammers. They are telling you a lie. They are telling you, so many of you believe that you should have a certain kind of woman. when it is just not in the cards for you. Not only is Chris little, his voice is little. Who do you think you're going to be able to snag with that little body and little voice? You have to be humble. No shade, but that's just how the world works. You're competing with 6'5" men. You're serving Oopa Loopa in voice and body, but you feel like because you have laid on the internet too long and you have listened to Lil Joe Rogan, and he's convinced you that you can get any woman that you want because you're a man. That's not how this works. You're lucky this show gave you a doctor. You are lucky this show gave you quality, because you're not getting that on your own. Them little muscles ain't doing nothing. Ain't doing nothing. And this is what happens a lot when people do like a transformation on their body, because I think that's what happened with Chris. I think that Chris, no shade, built like a hobbit, right? I think he did some looks mask. Oh my God, I have to show you this. I think he did a couple of things to himself. And with the things that he has done to his body or whatever in jawline, he believes that because he's done those things, he's put himself in a space for where certain kind of men are, and he thinks that he can move throughout the world like those men. It's not possible. My girl Christina, I follow her on Instagram. She is always posting the funniest stuff about this show. She posted this pic right here, and she was just like, Chris on Instagram and Chris on Love is Blind. And I was like, ain't no way. So I went to Chris's Instagram. Y'all, this is his profile picture. That's what he thinks he looks like. This is AI. That is his profile picture. And this is the problem with a lot of the men on the show, Devo included. He does not believe that he's serving Lord of the Rings. He thinks he's Viggo Mortensen. He does not realize that he's not that guy. So he's talking to Jess, who's gagged, because he's talking to her like he's that guy. What is going on? Mental illness. What's going on with the men? What's going on? I'm telling you, the male podcast is witchcraft. It's something going on. It's something going on with them podcasts that they are listening to. They have done damage to their minds. That's who that man thinks that he looks like to us. That's what he thinks he sees, that we see. Who the hell does Devo? Ciao. Zavante. Anyway, Maggie is devastated, rightfully so. And, she gives her sweet little self up and she leaves. And I'm just like, this is the thing. And I say this all the time. And I'm not saying this because I'm like, women's empowerment. I'm saying this because this is how it's supposed to be. We got to get the earth back on the right track. You got to be mean to these men. You got to be mean to them. And if you think you're mean, get meaner. Here's the thing. Men only play with women. They think they can try. You have to make yourself untriable. He talked to her like that because he knew that she was and meek. You got to get some brass knuckles. A murderous cousin. You got to let them know you don't play. You have got to let them know you don't play. Because I tell you one thing, he wouldn't have talked to Bree like that. He wouldn't have tried to break Bree down like that. In order for the relationship to work, the man has to fear you. That's the only way it works. He got to love you more and fear you. That's the only way it's going to work. You got to have that man that's just like, nah, my girl don't play that. Yup, I don't. That's the only way it's going to work. I am very mean to men. And they love me, child. Can't get enough of me. I don't play that with them. I don't play them jokes and all that stuff. You're not doing that Bree and Connor mess. Would never happen to me. I don't play that. You think that makes them go away? Men are submissive. Your relationship ain't working out because you trying to submit to that fool who can't read. Why did I get so specific? Anyway, I feel really bad for Jess, but I will say this about my girl. When he let her know that he didn't want her, she put on her little baby fat sweatsuit, packed her bags, and was just like, I'm not staying here. Yes. She said, I'm not staying here because Chris didn't want to end it. He wanted to continue the process. I'm telling you, these men just want to be on the show. He wanted to continue the process with her, even though he didn't want her. He was telling her, let's just stay on the show because I like having fun with you. Can you imagine getting dumped by a man who sounds like that? Girl, it would have never happened to Bree. Absolutely not. She put the fear of God in that man. Absolutely not. Then we get Dick and Christine. They are, for like 5 seconds, the show decided to show us Vic and Christine's world. Like Vic was taking her to where he does his, where he teaches as a professor. And then we get a shot of them driving to her hometown in Ohio. And that's it. Were they just not invested in them? Like, if they were so boring, why did you cast them? I'm like, are we going to see Christine? No? Okay, are we going to see Vic interact with no? Okay. They just are throwing this couple away. Why? I hope it's a good reason. I hope that it's a good reason. Amber meets Jordan's family. And here's the thing that I will say about this. A lot of white people claim that their ancestors are Vikings. I don't believe it. If Jordan and his family were to say that their ancestors are Vikings, I will believe it. No shade. The whole family gave me Vikings. I say, yeah, this is it. Now, these are Vikings. And I'm going to tell you this right now, Amber. Them sisters look like they can fight. If this is the relationship you want to be in, walk lightly. Walk lightly. You a big girl and you look like you could squabble too. Them sisters got hands. Use wisdom. But the family seems to really like Amber and really be happy about the brother. Outside of the fact that they look like they can fight, they seem like a joyful family. They seem very joyful and very happy for Jordan. And again, this couple is there. I like them. I just can't I wouldn't put no money on them. Sad to say. I don't feel like I can put money on any couple because the way this show is edited, I don't know who's going to work out. I feel like I know who won't, but it's just like, will there be any success this season? My God, today. Let's move on from Jordan and Amber and Jordan's warrior bloodline. Brittany and Devo. Brittany and Devo are talking about how they felt when they first saw each other. Here's the thing. Brittany and Devo, this entire season, have been having a biracial off. And what I mean for that, what a biracial off, I mean, these two, don't look like their parents. But their parents or the mother who raised them the way she sees herself. She did not raise them for the way the world would see them. I just want to know this won't be a problem with Christine. This won't be a problem with Christine. So, because of that, you have two people who don't know how they show up in the world and don't really know what they look like because they've been raised through the lens of somebody who will never show up in the world the way they show up. So the issue that they are both having is that they see each other the way the world sees them, but they don't see themselves the way the world sees them. So Brittany will say, I'm a Latina. You something else as well, mama. But she thinks that that will be enough. Deebu will say, I'm Swedish. I'm white. And everybody be like, cool story. What are you really? But because they have been raised with somebody who does not have the same lens, these two are completely confused. And that's why this relationship is not working, because it is built on confusion. They're both just not meeting each other, right? Because they're looking at each other like, oh, this isn't what I would do. But the world is like, you kind of should, because this, it's really not confusing, but they are confused because they don't get it. They do not get it. And unfortunately, when you're in America, you are perceived how you look. America is very ignorant and very vain. So you are perceived with how you look. Yes, you can be Nigerian, but nobody will perceive you in America as Nigerian. You're Black American, right? Yes, Devo, you can have a white mama and an absent Black daddy. You are a Black American man. You are going to be treated like a Black American. Yes, Brittany, your mama is a light-skinned Latina. You're getting the Black woman treatment, the preference Black woman treatment. But you are not going to get treated like Cameron Diaz. Because although she's a Cubano, that's a white woman. And that's just America. And if you're anything in between that, doesn't matter. If you're Samoan, you're getting the Black American experience. Welcome to America. But the confusion is that these two see each other the way the world sees them, but they don't see themselves the way the world sees them. They move and operate as if they look like their parents, and you don't. You took after y'all daddies. The world is showing up for you and seeing you how they see y'all daddies. But y'all do not know that because y'all have not been prepared for that. And that's why this relationship ain't working. Oh my God. Oh, y'all got to do better by them kids. Y'all have got to do better. It's like so fascinating to watch. It's just like, oh my God. Look at you. Look at you both. Thinking y'all Caucasian. My God, today. Here's the thing. Men, I won't put this on men, although I could, but I'm going to be nice. I'll put this on Chris. Demonic. Absolutely, once Bree sits down with Connor for counseling. You about to snake this man and try to take his girl, but you want him to counsel you on how to heal or deal with the breakup with Jess. So he texts Connor. He lets him know that him and Justice broke up, and he wants to talk or whatever. And so Connor sits down. And kind of just talks to him and tries to tell him to be like a better person. And Chris is not trying to hear it. I don't know what Chris's agenda was to sit down with Connor. Maybe it was to see where him and Bree were at. But I just think it's so diabolical to sit down with this man, knowing that you have every intention of taking his fiance. Demonic. Then also in this episode, we meet Alex's mom. She lets us know that she's a truck driver. Absolutely. I wouldn't have thought she was anything else. She sits down and she's like, how did you guys meet? I'm kidding, I know. Woo! Woo! My God, today. Also, the thing that we notice about Alex's mom, boy mom to the T. Boy mom to the T. Because when Ashley was talking about how she knows that he's really wants to be a coach, she starts crying. She goes, I'm sorry. He really, really wants to do that. What the hell are you crying for? Like, what is going on? And she also got with Ashley a little bit when they were sitting down. Ashley and Alex was sitting down, and she was just like, well, we have to make sure that that he's being okayed and being thought about in this relationship as well, not just you. I'm being nice, honey, but Ashley, if you do this, good. That's what you deserve. This is ridiculous. If you go through with this, you had it coming, because come on. You just sat down with the mom. She is extremely male-centered. It's all about this son. Nothing is wrong. She talked down about the exes. He stayed with the ex longer than he should have. She wasn't good to him. Have you met your son? And you know what? You're doing all this protecting your son and how great he is. You don't know what he's been telling the show about you. He's telling all your business, letting us know everything you've been doing in the sheets with all these men from the truck driving station. But you up here defending him? Girl, actually, if you do this, you wanted it, mama. You wanted it. Then Mike meets Emma's family, and where are they? I love them. It's not going to happen, but he meets Emma's family, and I will say this: I love the fact that Emma comes from a loving family. They love Emma, and I feel like, although I'm mad at them for not, exposing her to her culture, I do think that they really, really care for her. But Emma has absolutely struggled from her adoption. She's absolutely struggled from what happened to her concerning her arm and her birthmark. She's been very self-conscious about that. But I think a lot of her pain comes from the fact that she is a Chinese woman who was raised in a white family, a loving white family. They love her. She is their baby, right? And dare I say, she looked like her mama. Don't y'all see it? I was like, oh, it's giving you carry her. So they love her. They really, really love her. They made a mistake in not exposing her to our culture, because that is something that she yearns for, but she don't know how to do it. Like, she doesn't know how to get access to a community she was never raised in. And that's what they made that misstep with her. That is why she has so much. She's such a somber young lady. Love her down, but my God, today, girl, go to a park, run, get on a roller coaster. You have to have some fun. I will say this: Mike was not expecting for Emma's sister to be like, if I could do it all again, I wouldn't have kids. Yikes. Because the guy is trying to convince this woman to have kids, all for her sister to be like, if I had the chance to do it again, I love them kids, I wouldn't have had them. And her other sister was just like, yeah, we were sure that she was never having children. So to hear her consider it is news to us. Poor Mike was sweating because that man wants children. And I'm glad that he finally said it. He was just like, if she doesn't want to have kids, I can't, I wouldn't be able to be in a relationship because I want kids, but I do want to be with her. And Emma's like, oh yeah, I told him that, it's a 50-50. And Emma's family is like, Emma, use a damn lie. You know you don't want kids. Oh God, this is so messed up. But I will say I love the fact that she comes from a loving family. Both Emma's daddy and mom was crying about how much they love her. The dad was like, she was my baby, my baby. So they love her. They made a mistake in not exposing her to our culture because it's done a number on her. It really, really, really has. But that family loves her, and them sisters don't play about her, especially that oldest. Especially that oldest. Oof. Both of these people come from families that love them down. So if this doesn't go the way it should go, some hands might be thrown at that wedding. Some hands might be thrown at that wedding. Then we meet Connor's family. And here's the thing. When we met Connor's family, I was like, oh, okay, so this is the thing. It's a whole family of ball busters. Like everybody was busting each other's chops. Like everybody was like taking digs at each other and just laughing. I said, oh, so this is what y'all do. This is like a family thing. And the crazy thing was, Bree jumped right into it. Connor, this guy. And the whole family just got into it. I'm just busting your chops. It was such I've never seen anything like that. Everybody was just like, this is the first time you meeting this girl, and we're just going after each other. Just breaking everybody's balls in this family. And everybody's chill. And in that moment, I was like, oh my God, are they perfect for each other? Because Brie fit right in. She fit right in. Is this the only success couple we'll have this season? Who knows? I will say the disjointed editing did, work well for the show because it is just an element of surprise at the end of the day. I don't have an inkling on anyone. My God, today, are they the perfect match? I could not believe it. I said, oh, everybody is like this in his family. So when he was doing all that stuff with Brie, I guess that's how he shows love. What do I like about Brie? Not a damn thing. Maybe that's his way of saying he loves her. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Such an odd thing. But you know what? Not my culture, not my business. So then we get this scene where Ashley starts grilling Alex about his exes. And when she was grilling Alex, I was like, oh, you are your daddy's child. She had him on the ropes. Alex was doing all of this stuttering. He was like, well, yeah. And Ashley was just like, mm-hmm. Yeah. So wait, when you said that you had talked to her in September, you applied for the show in October? She was on it. So we find out from Alex's mama that, she tells Ashley about the exes or whatever. So Ashley wants to know about the exes, because especially the one from Chicago, the mom was dead serious about, real mad at her. Ashley was just like, oh, I wasn't aware that it was this deep. So she's asking Alex about it. And what we find out is that Alex gets left. And maybe that's why he's just not a good guy to women, because women always leave him. Because throughout actually grilling him, we find out that the last two girlfriends broke up with him. And the last one broke up with him several times. And he went down to Austin, where she lives, and they had sex or whatever. And he said that he was doing that because the girlfriend before last, who he really wanted, let him know that she was done with him, and it was just nothing like that. So he was like, you want to break up with me and hurt me? I'm going to go get with this girl that I used to mess with. And he was just like, it was an ego thing. But I did have sex with this woman. And she was like, would you apply for the show in October? He was like, yes, somebody reached out to me about the show on LinkedIn and I applied. And actually just like, so you were sleeping with somebody a month before you applied for this show. He's like, well, yeah, but it wasn't, I was single. But here's the thing. If you're preparing to be a husband and a father, you can still be casually banging people, right? For a woman to have security, especially when you approach her on that time, there needs to have been a time where you were getting yourself together to go on that journey. That's what Ashley was like. Ashley was like, the last guy that I was with, I thought that he was it. When he wasn't it, I took some time to reflect. And when this opportunity came up, I did it because this is what I knew that I wanted. So her thing is, you don't just wake up one day and say, oh, I would love to be a husband and a father and lead a family. That's a really big task that you're putting on yourself, a huge mantle. That's not something that you just wake up and decide. That's something that you actively have to prepare for. And that's what she was trying to find out. But what I wanted to talk about was this. When he said that somebody reached out to him on LinkedIn, I was like, and that's the freaking problem. The women apply to the show. The men have to be sought after. Had they not reached out to Alex, he would not have applied for the show because Alex was not ready to be nobody's husband or daddy. So had that not happened, he wouldn't be on this show. And that is a problem with Love is Blind. They constantly have a plethora of women to choose from, but no men, because men do not sign up for this show. They have to go find the men. And oftentimes these men were never thinking about being a husband, had no desire. They weren't even thinking about children. But this show said, hey, do you want to come on this show and get semi-famous and bang a chick for 6 weeks? What guy would turn that down? And that is the problem. These men are on this show are not marriage minded. They're here for fame and free puss. That's it. And these women are being put through the ringer because the show is not being honest with them. They're being deceived and they think that they are in these pods with men who are serious about being married and really want this next step for their life. But they don't. They just want to be on this show. That's why Chris was talking to Justin being like, I feel like I may be able to get there with you. Let's continue the process. He wanted to stay on the show. That's the only reason why he was here. He wasn't here for a wife. He's not ready to be a father. He's not ready to be somebody's husband. That is the problem with Love is Blind. Speaking of pappies, I forgot to talk about this. When Ashley and Alex were talking and she was asking if he was attracted to her, out of nowhere, he goes, are you on your period? And she was like, huh? He was just like, well, I haven't been wanting to initiate things because I didn't know if you were off your period. And she was like, I'm off my period. So me being on my period is stopping you from touching me. He was just like, well, I don't want to do that because, I don't want to have any, I'm not ready to be a dad. And she's like, I said that I wasn't ready to be a mom either. So why did you have to say that? Then she was just like, Alex, I'm not trying to trap you. You say that a lot, and I'm not trying to trap you in Ohio. I know you don't want to be here, but that shouldn't stop you from trying to be intimate with me. And Alex was just like, well, I just don't, I don't want us to have to slip up or, a mistake. I was a mistake. Here we go. I was a mistake, and I kind of ruined my mom's life. Get out of that situation, girl. Get out of that situation. Here we go. I was a mistake, so I don't want to create a mistake. And she was just like, I will let you know when I'm on and off my period. But just so you know, I'm not on my period right now. And then he was just like, well, can I track your period? She was like, no, you can't track my period. He's like, well, I wouldn't mind a shared tracker so I can know when I can initiate sex with you. If you go through with this, if you he asked to track your if you go through with this, girl, a hot mess. Love is blind. You better stop casting these men who you know do not want to be somebody's husband. It is not fair to these women who are showing up and are serious about this process. Child, that lawsuit gonna be crazy, and that documentary. So we end this episode with an all cast party. I hope we get more of the cast party in episode 10 because we never got the meeting of Tyler, Kia, and what's that black dude on the spectrum? Kevon. We never got that. Why not? All we got was this real weird, like, not, it wasn't even an interaction. It was this weird thing in the confessional with Alex about Priyanka. So Priyanka comes in and Alex looks at her and he's like, is that Priyanka? And he's like, yeah. I think Jordan was like, yeah. He's like, what the hell? What happened with Alex and Priyanka? And so we get to the confessional and Alex is just like, yeah, she's in, I know her from my friend group out here. I didn't let anybody know that I knew her because I wanted her to have her own experience. Huh? And then Priyanka, like, there, I'll get into the rest of it. Priyanka is talking with Ashley, and she's like, "You want to go talk to Alex?" And Ashley's just like, "Oh, okay, sure." What is going on? What was that? Why did y'all give us that and then not explain it? And then y'all giving us these weird moments with Alex and Priyanka. He don't like nothing light. My God, today. He has a type and it ain't white. Chop. If y'all want the black woman to get chosen, put Alex on the show. My God, today. Anyway, I just thought that this was like a waste of a cast party because we didn't get the interactions that I necessarily wanted. Unless we're going to get more from the next episode. I don't know. I just thought it was really weird for us to not see these people meet and interact like that. That's what we wanted. That's what we really look forward to. I mean, I guess because we got this whole thing with Bree and Chris, but I really wanted to see Tyler, Kia, and Devon meet. We saw them talking, but we didn't. It was just weird. Anyway, so when we all get together, when they all get together, the ladies get together at the cast party, and Bree tells the girls that Chris hit her up on Instagram. He asked her for a friend request, and when she accepted the friend request, he responded, hell yeah. And then all the girls were talking about how he posted after him and Jess broke up, he posted a stripper sitting on his lap, and they were just like, what the hell was that? Like, that's so weird. Like, y'all just break up and that night you go to a strip club. So they are dragging him. Amber gave him no mercy. She was just like, he's too short to be that cocky. Like, you are not that guy. You are not that guy. Amber really doesn't like men. My girl. My girl. I will say this. Chris was acting real weird. Like, he just, for me, not weird, but I just was like, we haven't seen him act like this. He was like so animated, so douchey. And I was like, is this the real him? And the show just didn't decide to show that. But it was really confusing with this switch up. So I was like, was he drunk or having a meltdown? I do not know, but he was odd at the cast party. Then we get him, we get audio of him in the bathroom, and he's talking about, I'm going to go talk to Bree. And what is Connor going to do? Beat me up, please. He does not see himself the way everybody else sees him. You think you could take Connor? You get one or two muscles and you lose your damn mind. Delusional. But it's also really sad because I think Connor thought that he was his friend. It seems like they are on two different sides of what this friendship is. I think Connor thinks he has a friendship with Chris. Chris does not have a friendship with Connor. Um, this conversation with him and Bria, I felt was extremely disrespectful on Bria's part. What we've seen from Chris, okay, he doesn't like Connor. They're not friends. You could tell. But Bria is engaged to Connor. And I thought it was really wrong for her to engage in that conversation. Chris is selling himself to her, telling her that he likes her, that he wish he would have chose her. He can't stop thinking about her. Then he starts telling her that Connor is not a good guy. He's submissive. She doesn't need a submissive guy. When then Bree's just like, oh, he's going to meet my family, and he's like, well, you need to bring me home. That's the kind of guy that your dad wants to be. He doesn't meet a guy like Connor. Basically trying to say that not only is Connor submissive and a guy that she can walk all over, he's not like the right kind of guy to bring home. And basically the Connor is like the poor working class guy. You need a guy like Chris who knows money, who probably comes from money. And it just was real. The conversation got real elitist. And Bree's just sitting there entertaining him. And then he asked her how the sex is. She should have smacked him. She says, it's good, but it's not great. And he laughs. And she's just like, oh, does it have to be great? Why are you telling him this? Like, why are you telling the man who has let you know that he's interested in you, he wants to take you away from Connor, he drags your fiance, so you know what his intentions are. You know what's happening. You knew what he was on when you told the women that he hit you in your DMs. So you already knew what type time he was on. So why are you entertaining him? And then you're having sexual conversations with him. Completely disrespectful. I was actually gagged because she seems to be so into Connor and so not into Chris. But the way she was sitting there and just letting him drag Connor and laughing about it and discussing their sex life, this guy is interested in you. He lets you know that, and you're telling him that the sex with Connor is not great. Why would you even volunteer that information unless you did want to entertain him? My God, today, a hot mess. I will give it to the show. I feel like I know who won't make it, but I also feel like I don't know. I don't know who's saying yes. So I'll give it to them because I'm confused. And I feel like, I'll probably go, oh, or wow, or that makes sense. So props to them. But Love is Blind, we got to do better. We got to do better. It's really unfair to these women that you are casting men that are not marriage minded at all. Don't see it in their future at all. It's not fair. And I think the one or two couples that you get every few seasons, married couples that you get every few seasons, is not enough, because out of 10 seasons, we have, I don't think we even have 10 couples. Pack it up. That's all I have to say about this show. What do you guys have to say? Let's get into it. I want to start with the super chats. Cassandra, thank you so much for the super chat. Ashley, thank you so much for the super chat. Ashley says, this Christian impression had me rolling. He has a nerve. He has, I like girls who only do Pilates. The majority of women can pick you up. What are you doing? What are you doing? Jess is out of your league. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? They're not. Well, you got to be mean to them. I'm telling you, be mean. Be mean. Let them know you are not to be played with. You can't let these men punk you. They will. Hey, Stella, how are you doing? Hey, Spency. Spency said, hey. Spency said, hey, Nikki and Star fam. This drop of episodes was a mess. Alex, Devontae, and Chris are on my list. The audacity of men is very scary. None of these dudes is 10s. This is why I always say, just date the fine guy. They're all the same. It would be better to get played by something fine than a Devontae. Brittany is watching this show being like, I cannot believe that Roblox with a Jerry curl had me twisted. Oh, E for Empathy, what's up? E for Empathy said, hey, Nikki and Star Fam, happy Thursday, beloved people. And here I thought Connor was the problem and Chris was right there all along. Not Connor being the good guy. My God, today. Neglected said, I'm looking at Breezy sideways because why are you entertaining a man who just disrespected your friend in the most vile way? Why are you even listening to him? Yep. Just foolish. And the way he was talking about how he wanted to be with somebody, he would want to F for at least 40 years. He's 30. You trying to put your wife through the mattress in her 70s? My God, today, when does it stop? 40 years? Listen, I love me a man. We're still banging in our 70s. We got to pack it up. We got to pack it up. At some point, let's just be elderly. Yikes. I got aches and pains now. What are my knees going to feel like at 70? Lord. Are y'all having sex in your 70s? I thought it wraps up at that time. Oh my, y'all cracking them legs open. I can't. It has to. He was like, I want somebody that I want to bang for 40 years. That scared me. That scared me. Maybe like on the anniversary. You know what I mean? Try to roll over and get something happening. When does it wrap up? Shoni said, hi, Nikki and Star Family. How was everyone enjoying this hot mess of a season? It's like Love is Blind. It's not. Love is not blind. It's not, at least for the men. Love is not blind for men, ladies. The show has answered the question. Love is not blind for men. Neglected said, I want to know what happened with Alex and me too, girl. I want to know what happened with Alex and Priyanka because he talked about having a past with her and then another woman leaving him before he came on the show. Was he talking about Neglected, the reveal of the season? That better not be the girl that left him. He don't want no white woman. Actually, get away from it. Oh my gosh. A blonde hair, blue eyed white woman as MAGA not being picked and having the woman of color being chosen. Oh, she's gonna go full. What's her name? Megan. Oh, she's gonna go full Megan Kelly. Oh my God. Hey, Zora. Zora said, hey, Nikki, I hope you're healing well. I'm actually doing a lot better, if you can tell. I'm doing a lot better. I have not had to take any of my pain meds for a few days. We're healing up nicely. Thank you so much for asking. Ashley said, hi, Nikki. I hope you are doing well. Almost the weekend. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. And I cannot wait to get out there in them streets. Here's why. I have been in my home healing up, of course, but also it has been raining so long here, guys. So I have not been able to like get out there in them streets because the weather has been terrible. It's been raining and flooding. It's been a mess. Hey, Denard, thank you for being here. Denard said, Alex 100% said he would have voted for Trump when having lunch with her family and Loki. Oh, they're all MAGA. That's the only thing that aligns them. Their foolish political beliefs. But isn't it like a MAGA man to want a woman of color baddie? They always want what is out of their league. My God, today. Hey, Indigo Girl, thank you for being here. Love Like You Are said, we should have checked all the women's Instas instead of the men. But you all were telling me it's Ohio, so, not to be surprised. But they cleaned it up. They cleaned it up. Eva Ripley said, y'all getting rain while there's a mini blizzard here. Oh my God, today. Dinar said he's absolutely freezing. It's absolutely freezing here in Colorado today. I cannot wait to visit. I have like 2 spas that I have on my list to visit in Colorado, and there's this train that I want to get on out there. It's on my list. I think I want to make it happen this year. I want to travel this year. It's the year of the horse. Let's go. The fire horse. Indigo said, I actually applied for America's Next Top Model Season 7. I got cut at the 3rd round of cuts in my city. Considering my self-esteem back then, they would have ate me alive. I think that is why I never watched the show. Listen, God's rejection was your protection. Neglected said, just as a whole catch. And Chris, that cutie patootie doctor? Fool. Fool. Fool, fool, fool. Love Like You Are said, everybody whacking Devo on all platforms. Yay. I think that woman of color line, that did him in. That did him in. Jenny said, medium is hilarious. Oh, look at his clothing. Everything is too small. Everything is too small. And I'm like, Devo, if you want to have kids, you better loosen up them pants. You better loosen up. You are suffocating that sperm. Loey said, Devo thinks he's Jesse Williams. Oh, I don't think he thinks he looks like a colored. That man sees Paul Walker. No way. No way. Yeah, Jesse Fierce said, I believe that Brittany and Devontae both have identity crisis. I agree. I agree. Kimberly said, Brittany saying that Devo is like Christ. Here's another thing. The girls on the show, spiritual psychosis. My God, today. Y'all pray more than y'all ask questions. And that's the problem. Dolly said, I knew Devontae was confused when I saw how his hair was cut. He cuts it like he probably thinks that he has blonde locks. I'm telling you, if they focus on him enough, we probably would have seen Devontae go, something's. But it seems like this is the problem with the men in Ohio. The men in Ohio are not living in reality. They are not living in reality. I will say the men that I like on this show is Jordan and Vic. Connor's not a bad guy. The ball breaking, the ball busting. It's Jordan and Vic for now. Dreadful said, what I don't get is why they got to go to Mexico over Vic and Christine. They throw this couple away. And I'm like, why are y'all throwing them away? It's so weird to me. And I can't believe they accepted that. I would have been like, no, we're going to Mexico as well. One of the more solid couples versus this joke of an engagement. But see, just like America's Next Top Model, the documentary on Love is Blind is going to be crazy. But just like America's Next Top Model, I feel like they cut a lot of Vic and Christine because they thought that they were boring. And they wanted to give us the drama. They didn't want to give us the love story. I feel like Love is Blind said, y'all get one love story, and that is Lauren and Cameron. We are not going to give you another love story again. Brett and is it Brett and Tiffany? They had a love story because Brett was forcing that. Brett knew he wanted her, and he fought like hell for her. That is the only reason why it turned out the way it turned out. Not because of the show, but because of Brett. I'm telling you, it looks like those projects in Philly. I was like, oh, this is where he lived? Amber, hold your purse. What is going on? Definitely 8 Mile, Kimberly. Definitely 8 Mile. Authentically, Bria said, the women on this show have more patience than me. I would have been left. Yep. Shout out to Tyler and Kia. Everybody's like they want black love. Y'all not celebrating that them sisters chose themselves? They would have been on this season. Uh, uh. Thank you for bringing that up, Authentically Bria. Authentically Bria said, why are we seeing Vic and Christine's vlogs instead of being filmed? Thank you. The footage that we're getting from them is the footage that we're getting of Vic and Christine from the show was filmed by Vic and Christine. It's so weird how they are doing them. I'm like, what is going on that you guys are so not interested in this couple? What are we going to find out? E for Empathy said, Jordan seems like a nice dude. He treats Amber so well, but this home left a lot to be desired. Listen, he doesn't have to be David Satera, but he got to clean that toothbrush. I don't know. For me, I feel like a men's cleanliness is really important because I'm like, if your house is dirty, what else is dirty? You know what I mean? Like if you won't pick up in your home, I know you're not picking up around there. That's important. Dreadful said Connor was worse, I think. Like hire a cleaner for a couple $100 when you are going on a show where you I don't get why the men don't clean their homes. Did one guy have like a doodle stain in his toilet? Anyway, Dahlia said production be playing in Jordan's face every time we see him. He's talking about food or cooking, not knowing that there are women who like big boys. Neglectic said he lives in a rundown area, but it's not the hood. There are lots of areas like that in Ohio. That was very interesting. I said, oh, okay. Kimberly said, Amber said that she doesn't want to be left behind. She wants a +1 to all events and hangouts. That's fine. Keep him as a sneaky link. Amber never describes a husband. She describes a girlfriend with sexual benefits. That's all she wants, to be quite honest with you. I like them too, Lo-Fi Hayes. I like Amber and Jordan. I don't know. We'll see. Hannah said her house looked good and big. I fear Jordan will destroy that house with how dirty he seems. I feel like that big dirty man, no shade, Jordan, it's your Viking ancestry. I feel like him coming into that night, that cute Barbie home is going to disrupt the atmosphere for her daughter and her. Leave him out. Leave him out. I will agree with that too, Neglected. Neglected said Amber grew on me this episode. But here's the thing. Amber grew on all of us this episode because we got more of Amber. The editing is so disjointed. Amber, the women love Amber. And now we found out why. Because she's a girl's girl, child. A girl's girl. Yes, BB, she is the best girl's girl. That's what you got to do. Is that Kimmy said, my mom dated in secret. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. You can you date them. Don't bring them home. Don't bring them home. Denard said, when Amber said she's a minimalist, I was shook. Yeah. But she could put a home together. Dahlia said, they remind me of the couple on HGTV, the tiny, scrappy blonde and a husky giant man. I bet they'd have a great home improvement show. I think that they both would be great on-air talent. Denard, maybe that's what it is. Denard said, Vic and Christine are so boring. Then maybe that's why the show doesn't want to focus on them. Why, Hannah? Hannah said the couple Vic and Christine scared me a little bit. Why do they scare you? They don't scare me. The way the show is editing them scares me. But why do they scare you? Dahlia said, I still think Vic ain't cute and he's boring, but I like them together. You know, he's cute. He's not for, he's a cute guy. But I'm just like, Vic, can you imagine being in one of Vic's lectures? I would be knocked out. He is so like chill. He reminds me of the Visine guy, dry eyes, red eyes. Like, oh, he's so woo. I'm like, do you get angry, happy, sad? How does Christine do it? Love like you are said, I think Vic and Christine might be the only couple to marry this season. Me too. That's why I feel like they're going to try to gag us. Hannah said, something is unclear and too polished about Vic and Christine. That praying thing gives me the ick. See, we're all deconstructing. It's not working on us. Kimberly said, Christine's mom liked Vic. Plus, she didn't put anything on her. Just all the dad. I didn't like it. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot going on there. And Christine always tries to lean into, my family got a lot of issues. You only got to tell me once. I'm sorry. You only got to tell me once. You let me know that your family got a lot of issues and problems and you had a rough childhood. I'm sorry. I'm not for you. I'm not the girl. I don't want to struggle. No, I don't want to struggle financially. I don't want to struggle mentally. Listen, I need everything to be put together by the time you try to put me in that world. Please, I do not want to be in that family where it's just like, here comes my cousin, put your purse up. She got a little problem. Why y'all inviting her to family events? No, I'm sorry. You don't got to tell me twice. The minute you let me know that bloodline got issues, I want to be happy. I'm not struggling with no man. That's crazy. That's crazy. I love Meghan and Harry, but I was like, girl, I would have been gone. I would have been gone. Struggle love will never find me. Hannah said his sisters will tell us who he is exactly, not the facade he is putting on. That's what I'm waiting for. I gotta see something. Dahlia said Vic is a tall, handsome, educated man with a good job. How did he wind up on this show? Something like this is the thing. Vic ended up on the show because the show casted him. They went after him. Vic didn't sign up for the show. They went after him. That's how he ended up here. And that's the thing. I'm like, Vic, all these men who the show went after, they're here for an agenda. And it ain't a wife. Oh, Lord. Nonsense Behavior said, I think they're having real conversations, but the producers might not be showing us, and they're just a boring Christian couple. Here is the thing. I think there are a lot of conversations that the couples are having that the show is not showing us. Because Alex and Ashley, huge MAGA couple. And the fact that the show is leaving that out, for Alex to be like, I want to move to Florida because of the politics, and saying Ashley will love it there too because they agree politically. They have had some conversations that the show is just refusing to show us. Miss Brown Sugar said, it does seem like they're having more serious conversations with the rest of the couples, but I wonder if Vic is brushing off a lot of red flags because she's white or because he's not serious. Because these men are just like, oh, it's an experiment. It'll be over in 6 weeks. My God, today. Kimberly said they discussed her dad and mom. The mom completely left out her issues. Yeah, I didn't want to say too much about her mom, but it's just, I noticed some things. And I was like, yeah. Jasmine Nova said, I love Christine's mom was wondering why an educated person would go on the show. Asking the right questions. Dahlia said they're having serious conversations. They mentioned it offhand, but production isn't showing any of it. This is why the B team, they got caught up because the other couples are a wreck. For some reason, they're just giving us nothing. They're just giving us nothing with this couple. Sorry, some on my screen. And it's that's the thing. We see more about them. Hannah said this couple is only talking about God. That's the thing. We see more of this couple talking about the Lord than like real conversations. Like, why is Christine only bringing up the tough conversations? That is so weird to me. Vic, you are so ingrained in your culture and how you identify as a black man and fighting for black people's rights. Why aren't you having? Why aren't you leaving these conversations with this woman? Now, I will say, okay, maybe the show hasn't shown us, but every time the conversations are brought up, it's Christine. That's weird. Christine, you don't think that's weird? This social justice warrior, and you got to bring up the biracial kids? Women, turn the sermon on. Kimberly Bailey said Lauren brought up race relations and thank you, because that's realistic. That is realistic. Lo-Fi Hayes said interracial couples get so much heat. Where? Not in America. The way they trying to get rid of my bloodline, the way they trying to erase Black Americans. Not in America, child. McGlecty said, I do appreciate the fact that they talked about racial topics concerning children. Shout out to Christine. Hannah said, that prayer didn't move me at all. I hate how they are using religion. Guys, I think we are very deconstructed. That's what's happening here. Because why did they pray? And I got suspicious. Denard said, right, the prayer would have blocked me in the old days. But now I look at them super side. Yep. Oh my God, not Connor. Chris is built like a garbage pail kid. Oh my goodness. See, here's the thing. Shoni said Brie doesn't want Connor. She treats him like a naughty child. But I'm not sure. I feel like that's how they communicate. Their relationship is very, very weird. E for Empathy said, I sincerely thought Connor was a big ick, but wow, that last episode kind of made me feel bad for the man. Me too. Hannah said, Bree's the opposite of a girl's girl. Absolutely. Not only did she disrespect Connor in that conversation, she absolutely disrespected Jess. Wow. Child, I just thought about it. Amber is going to drag Bree for filth at that reunion. Girl, get ready. Dahlia said, Bree talks like a frat boy, constantly on this man about something that would drive me crazy, because that is just Bree male-centeredness. That's what that is. She wants to be like, I'm not like the other girls. I can also be a bro. I can morph myself into anything that you like. Whatever it is you like. Neglected said, I think Bree really wanted Chris and she's mad and taking things out on Connor since she didn't get him. Then why are you saying that you love this man? This is so weird. You know what? Yeah, they're not going to make me feel like I'm wrong, because a lot of these people should have been out of this process. If you don't really like these people, why you mess with people's emotions like that? I could never do that. I could never do that. Lo-Fi Hayes said Alex was out as soon as he hit. I think Alex was just like, let me try this. And he was like, nope, I don't want it. Alex said, the white girls are not for me. And Ashley knows. She knows. So I'm like, girl, why are you still there? He put a pillow in between them? This is like the honeymoon phase. Like, y'all should be banging like rabbits. The fact that he was the one that was just like, let's cut it off. Alex is a hoe. He was just getting some tail before the show. So for him to be like, I don't want this. Girl. He is. Thank you, Hannah. Hannah said Alex is a scammer and Ashley saw through him. This is the thing. Alex, with all these jobs, something is up. Hey, IA, thank you for being here. Kirsten said, Ashley's mega family are who I see in my nightmares. Her dad said he can tell a liar yet supports the orange fool. Here's the thing. Her dad is so smart. Why didn't he tell his whole family to get some sunscreen? That family needs sunscreen. How bright is it in Ohio? My God, today that sun is frying that family. They're all peeling. That dad's skin, it was given rest in peace. My God, today, you so smart, you don't wear sunscreen. Get out of here. Get out of here. Dreadful said he's an absolute menace, and they're both Trumpers. Couldn't care less about this couple. But see, here's the thing: isn't that a MAGA couple? Isn't that a MAGA couple? That's exactly what it is. These two people, politics align them. She has been told that she is the beauty standard, especially by that community and voting bloc. So she is just like, I'm everything that he wants, right? Blonde hair, blue eyes, thin. I am. This is who they're saying that they want. But just like a MAGA man, he wants to enslave you, but he want to bang everything that he told you not to be like. Girl. He too many jobs and too many addresses. My God, you're moving all the time for what? Oh, I'm just a nomad. Mm-mm. Are you a nomad or you got warrants? Something is up. Something is up. Neglected said the father read him the riot act because the father knows who he is. The father sees exactly straight through him. Spency said the MAGA couple is so gross. Ashley is learning conservative men won't give you respect, and conservative men don't want the women that they claim they want. Their mouths say they want that ding-a-ling wants somebody else. They will marry you, give you them kids, lock you in that house, and they giving something brown and liberal the business and your coins. Girl, Lo-Fi's Hayes said the more Alex talked, the more he dug himself in a deeper hole and he could not shut up. Yep, me too. I didn't even like that MAGA dad, Hannah. Hannah said he grilled him so bad while smiling. I didn't even like that MAGA dad, but I was like, get him again. Get him. Kirsten said, Alex is like psycho. He has no personality and seems like he's going to snap. And in all honesty, he has some issues. He has a lot going on. When he started talking about his childhood, I'm like, oh, baby, you got to deal with that stuff. You got to deal with that stuff before you lead a family. He got a lot of issues. Dolly said, Alex got a touch of autism and some sociopathic tendencies. Did y'all hear him say he turned himself into what he needed to be? Alex is a professional liar. Scammer. Dreadful Ruby said it's not like he has any intentions of marrying her. Yep, and she knows it. But she has been told that she is the beauty standard. So her mind cannot believe that this man doesn't want her. And when she finds out that he wanted Brittany, this is the thing about Love is Blind. I have never wanted to get to a reunion so fast before. Like, I don't care about the marriages. I want the reunion. Yep. Ephraim said the dad clocked him as a scammer so quick because you have all these jobs and you're never in one place for more than 3 months. Denard said, Alex's job history doesn't add up at all. It's like you can't hold a job, sir, or a home. Dahlia said, Alex don't love Trump. He's lying. He's just saying whatever he thinks will impress his dad. I think he does. Because I don't think he's thinking about politics. Trump is a scammer. So people have to realize that. People are just like, oh, he's racist and misogynistic. Yes, but he also speaks to a lot of people. Trump doesn't just only speak to racists and misogynists. He also speaks to scammers, pedophiles, people who abuse animals. Like, he has a wide range of fans. All the ghouls love Trump. And to know that a scammer was able to scam his way to the White House, that's like godly for scammers. They love it. The scammers that I know, not know, but the scammers that I'm aware of, especially the ones in Philly, love that guy. They don't know nothing about his politics. They know he's just like them. That's why he loved them. Yep. Kirsten said, we called it Nikki. He follows Joe Rogan. Yep. You can't be a good person to follow Joe Rogan. Denora said, Ashley and Alex are MAGA made in hell. Absolutely. Jetty said, a person who has immigrated to 50-11 countries loves the man who doesn't want any immigration here. Sound about right? Yep. And we can't even be like, oh, but Alex, your dad is Kiwi. You think he like Kiwi people? He hate that man. He hate that man. All he knows is that he was a product of a one night stand and the dad didn't want to stay. Creole said, when Alex mentions his nomadic lifestyle, all I hear is homosexual. Here's the thing. Alex would have absolutely lived with Ashley in her home had her dad not clocked him. What he wants to do is take Ashley, get her in a place where he can control it so that he can control her financial access. But he doesn't want her dad to be that close to be able to get her out of the situation and get her from his control. He feels like he will be able to control her more far away. And then if she marries his man and moves to Florida, you think you're divorcing him? Be very wary of a man that wants you to move to Florida. IA said, well, then if Ashley is MAGA, they can both choke expeditiously. Smithy said, Alex just be lying. Of course. Of course. Hannah said, white girl with blue eyes begging to sleep with him. Yep, that fits the orange man lover description. Yep. Denard said, in this economy, Alex is blazing and it doesn't make sense. Yes. Everybody wants to hire him. He got all these job opportunities. How? You don't have an address. How? Dahlia said, I mean, he is a handsome white man. I can't believe he gets hired. Now, keeping a job that he can't do. Handsome is, I think it's a reach. I will say the pictures, I thought he looked a different way. Then I saw him on camera and I was just like, okay. I will say the Kiwi is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. That other side. Deborah said, Alex doesn't really give nomad like his mom. More like he can't afford. Yep. Kirsten said, Alex is what we call technically homeless. Yep. Kirsten also said, I bet Mike and Emma break up and Mike will have a new girlfriend by the reunion. Oh my God, I forgot to talk about Mike's family. Let's talk about Mike's family real quick. That family reminded me of Philly Italians so much. It was hilarious. As soon as Emma sat down, Mike's dad was like, have you dated an Italian before? And Mike was like, Dad. And he was like, well, listen, this is a lot. It's a lot here. He was letting her know from jump. We are a lot to deal with. This is a lot to take on. Have you ever done this? I will say I loved how, let me bring them up. I loved how protective of Emma Mike was. He was just telling he's telling his family to calm down and chill because he doesn't want, the family to be too much for Emma because he really does like her and want this to work. But here's the thing with Mike, and I told you guys this about the Puerto Rican and Italian couples I went to high school with, even junior high. They partner up very early in life. All the white people that I know that are still together are Italian. And they got together in high school. Like, they partner up very early. So it's not necessarily that I think that Mike wants a wife and kids, that Mike wants to be a husband and a father. Mike wants a wife and kids because that's his culture. Like that's what you are supposed to do. You get this age, you get, you get a wife and you have children. Like that's what you should do. But this is the thing where Mike and Emma are clashing is that Emma wants to have children because she wants them. Mike is like, we have to have children, but this is what you're supposed to do. This is what we do in my culture. We have kids. Emma's like, no, I want them to be wanted, not a part of a cultural legacy. I want to want them here. And that's where they are missing each other because they can't get that communication out. But I really did think it was really fun watching that family. And I loved his mom because his mom was trying to be, his mom was very accepting of him and she really, really liked her. And then when the conversation came up about kids, and Emma was just like, oh, he knows that I'm not sure on having children. And the mom looked at Mike and she was like, and Mike was like, well, we talked about it. And, I understand where she's coming from and I respect her decision, but I told her that I want kids too. But, I respect her. And the mom was like, I'm sorry. That's not okay. And she was just like, not an attack on you, darling. I really like you. But what happens in 6 years? She heard me talking. Like, what happened in 6 years if she decides she don't want kids? So you've been with her for 6 years and no kids? And he was like, Mom. That mom was like, you can say whatever you want. We want some grandkids and you want kids. So you sitting up here saying that everything is okay and you're fine. No, you're not. And I was just like, thank you we finally got somebody being real on this show because that is just the truth. And that's the problem with Love is Blind. These people are not having the right conversations. They are in la la land. And that's why getting married so early, quickly in the relationship does not work. Y'all have to have very tough conversations and sit with those conversations. They're not having them because they're in la la land. Mike doesn't want to upset Emma, but there are questions that you need answers to. And your mom was just like, no, now we're not going to play this game and act like you don't want kids. And we want grandkids. And then the dad start crying. But Emma was very honest and she did not back down from her position. And she also let them know, I have reservations because of what has happened to me. And the dad was just like, oh, so that's why. Okay, I understand. And she was just also letting our family know. She was just like, I'm adopted. I was raised by a white family, but I have some things going on with me because of my adoption. I don't know a lot of things. And dad was like, oh, so what? She was like, Chinese. Oh, you're Chinese. Okay. It was just really hilarious to see these two try to interact with Mike's family. But I also like the fact that he was so protective over her. But it's like, Mike, do you want Emma or do you want a wife? Do you want to be a father or do you want kids? Those are the questions he needs to ask himself and Emma needs to ask him because I feel like Emma has been very upfront with what she wanted. And also, shout out to his mom, because I think that Mike is as clean as he is because of their mama. And I think he's used to women being very clean because of his mama. Emma ain't used to that. And I don't think she's ever going to get there. But Mike is making that compromise now. But I think he's going to have an issue. I also want to say he said something that I really respected. He was just like, I need to know where you're at because I have to be honest with you. I'm not going to be okay. Sorry, my shoes are so loud. I'm not going to be okay if you have a child and later on you resent that child and you resent me. I'm not going to be okay with that. So I need to know where you are. I respected him for that and I thought it was so sweet, but I think that Mike knows the answer. And I think he doesn't want to know or recognize what the answer is because he really wants to make this work. But I forgot to talk about that family, but they were so hilarious to me. Back into the comments. Aye said, Alex is a storyteller and a homosexual. He's a scammer. He is what happens when a Z-list failed athlete tries to make a normal life after that failed attempt at professional sports career. I can't stand him. What Alex is doing is trying to live the lifestyle he would have lived had he made it pro. I heard he ain't even make it pro. So he is trying to reclaim what future or destiny he didn't get to live. So he's trying to do it by other means. So he keeps the athleticism and the nostalgia of him on the field with being a soccer coach, and then he makes this money through sales or crypto or whatever he's doing, and then he's able to spend like a baller. All of that is unresolved trauma that he is not dealing with. Lo-Fi said Chris is the most insecure little man on the show. Absolutely. Absolutely. Her home was beautiful, and she was trying to move that hobbit in it. Girl, thank the Lord he told you no. Jazz said it's Ohio. Ashley can find plenty of MAGA men with a good job. She does not need Alex. She doesn't, but I think it's a part of her that needs to say, because she needs to be chosen by him. I think she is really dealing with the fact that she knows he doesn't desire her, and she is not okay with that. Niche, what's up? Niche said, I love this recap, but I might not be able to hang. Sorry, I'm hustling and grinding, working now on Saturdays. That's okay, sis. Catch us in the replay, gang. Thank you for stopping by. Just John just said, Brittany is the preference among Black men, not necessarily white men, except Alex. She is probably confused about why this Black man doesn't want her, because he ain't that kind of Black. That's the thing. They are confusing each other. She's like, I can't believe you're not choosing me because I'm used to that. And he's like, I can't believe I'm in a relationship with a woman of color. How far I have fallen. They both are so confused. Neglected said, I've been saying Ashley and Alex are one night stand couple. Here's the thing. That's probably another issue with Alex, is that he's probably feeling like, oh, this is what my dad went through. Because he slept with this girl, and after he slept with her, he was just like, this is not what I want. He immediately was like, I'm good on this. And he wants to run like his daddy. And that's why he's like, don't get pregnant. Because he wants to be able to get out of this. And a kid will probably make him stay because his dad didn't stay. So he wants to track that period, because he's like, no, I do not want to have a baby with you. Denard said, yes, 100%. The way this man brings up Florida is a dead ringer for, yeah, that's where my type is. Absolutely. You could be MAGA anywhere. Why Florida? Of all places. Mm-hmm. Spency said, I would not vote for Donald Trump. Salsa versions are all up and through for what? Yep. A big booty Latina that loves Trump. He gonna find her there, child. Just Jonda said, Ashley wants to be a Real Housewife of Ohio. That doesn't work when you marry a brokey. Yep. Peaceful said, press down the curls. I'm crying. Sigh. It's crazy someone of Maori descent wants to be aligned to white people so bad. You have to realize he was raised by his white mom, who was most certainly MAGA. That she formed his whole mind. And his father, the Kiwi that abandoned his mama, is the bad guy. Miss Brown Sugar said, OMG, the land of his type. I haven't even thought about that. Absolutely. He's going to get her down there, and he is going to be in a smorgasbord. Ciao. Jetty said, I thought Amber's brother was Jordan. Dolly said, I actually think Christine is more ready for... Christine is ready. Christine said, this is what I'm going to do. I think Christine was like, I know I'm raising Black children. So I'm prepared. Vic, I don't know. I was expecting more social justice warrior like his Instagram post, and he was very all lives matter with his answers. That's the thing. Who he is on Instagram, and I know people are putting up a front or whatever, is not that showing up on the show. Like, you are so like pro-Black people and their rights. Where's that guy? What's going on? What's going on? Jess Johnson said Vic is not ready for biracial parenting. He was too uncomfortable talking about it to the world. That child will be black, and he needs to be clear about what that means. Yep. And that's why Christine is asking him, like, she's looking at him like, we're going to need to be in this. You more than I, because I don't know. I'm need for you to lead out, and Vic is not wanting to talk about it. Ah, something's up. Something's up. Dahlia said moms are generally in charge of transmitting the culture. Yep, learned that from Archie Bunker. That was the episode where he found out that his granddaughter is Jewish because the mother controls the culture. The hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. So many men refuse to recognize this fact. Yep. Jordan said, I live in Columbus and went to high school with Brittany. She is too sweet. I knew that people knew the Chris dude had... Oh, what? Okay, that confirms it because something was up with him at that party. I will say this, Jordan. I confirm that Brittany is a sweetie. From what I've seen in her interviews, she seems so prepared and so ready for this, and so kind on that show, on her interviews. She's even nice about Devo, to the point where I was just like, are you with him? Did you marry him? My God, today. Dahlia said, oh, Nikki, these biracial kids definitely get mad at the white side. I see the TikToks. They got heat for everyone. Okay, because I only see us. They only be windmilling the blacks, child. BB Girl said, Devontae is a token black guy in an all-white group of friends. My friend isn't racist. My friend isn't racist. Devontae, come over here and tell them I'm not racist. Yeah, there's probably so much trauma behind that, too. Oh, my God. Brittany and Devo, if y'all make it, y'all both gonna have to get some therapy. Because, oh, my God. What if the black and both their lineage link up and produce me? They will not be prepared. They are not going to be prepared. What if the black and both of their bloodlines link up and produce an original? Y'all not ready. Y'all are not, because Brittany kept on saying, oh, I like your light eyes. What if that baby don't have the light eyes? What if that baby got 4C curls? It happens. It happens. Oh, look at what's her name? Heidi Klum. Look at her kids. Seal came in and he took over. Them children are black. Oh my God. They are not going to be prepared. Spencer said, as a biracial, LOL, I am so glad my parents ingrained in me both cultures. I've always identified as a black Guatemalan. Thank goodness. Shout out to my parents. Amen. Zora said, the biracials I grew up with either terrorized the black kids, especially the dark-skinned kids, or identified as 100% black, no in between. Here's the thing. I'm from Philly. All the biracials are black. I ain't never come across a biracial that identified with any other culture. They are all black. So the biracials that be windmilling the black people, I've only come in contact with them on the internet. Like they will have, like, you will not know that my friends have white parents until like Mother's Day or Father's Day. They identify as black and black only. Dahlia said, I wish I had a dad who drilled my dates like Ashley did, not immediately accept them like Brittany's dad. Yeah, Brittany's dad was so accepting that I was like, why? Peaceful said, no, for real. I dated a biracial whose black dad is MAGA, and the white mom was worried I was going to kill him, and the dude had a Spanish ship tattoo to honor his Spaniard side. This was so interesting. What a roller coaster. My God, today. Peaceful said, crazy how he was crying. Scary. Yeah, I was like, are we going to get, do you want to know anything else about Devontae? Why are you handing her over to him? And Brittany, why are you acting like you're attracted to him? Oh my God, if that is your husband, I apologize for calling him a Yukon gold potato. If that is your baby daddy, I apologize for saying that he built like a Roblox. Kimberly said, I'm glad that AD spoke with the guy who was a principal to jump his thinking of what having interracial children would be. You know what? Somebody said that AD interviewed Brittany. I need to watch that. Yeah, the dad is too trusting. You're not supposed to be trusting the men we bring home. They should be scared of you. Peaceful said, every parent needs to be apprehensive of this experiment. Yes. Yes. The 10 weeds, he said, and all the parents with their no divorce talk. Why would you pressure your kid into never divorcing? You know what? I'm feeling like this is Ohio. This got to be an Ohio thing. Because remember, guys, the normal Love is Blind parents, they're all like, are you sure? This is so quick. This is weird. Or they wouldn't even appear on the show because they were just like, we don't approve. These Love is Blind parents, except for Ashley's dad, is like, well, we approve. What is going on over there? Just John just said her dad was doing too much. He's sitting up there crying after meeting this corny dude for a few hours. It was even uncomfortable for Devontae. He was so uncomfortable at that dinner table. Ashley said, sorry, I had to head out. Did she already talk about Emma's family? I did. Hannah said, so much self-hatred. I just know Devontae, his family is white AF and probably MAGA. Ohio was doing, oof, chow. Sophie said, love should have brought him home, but everything he said about her was in the past tense. He just laid everything out harshly. True. Yeah, that window thing, Dahlia, was really weird. I was like, y'all don't got doors? What is going on with Ohio? Dahlia said, Chris got that creepy serial killer voice like the dude from Scream. I keep expecting him to ask her what to... You know what? His voice is still stuck in pre-puberty. It's that Justin Timberlake thing. I remember I thought that Justin Timberlake was so cute. And then we got into like our 20s and he was still with that voice. And I was like, how long is this going to last? I'm such a woman. Sophie said he knew she didn't enjoy exercise when he chose her before. This is the thing. I'm telling you, they're just on this show for followers. Remember, the girls was like, he brought followers. They're on this show for fame and access to free coochie for 6 weeks. That's it. Neglected said she's so out of his league, it's not even funny. Yep. He said when Amber said he's too short to be acting like this, I lost. She's right, though. She's right. There are just certain privileges that some men have because of how society has ingrained in our, in our mind as women that this is what is attractive. And a lot of the attractive that we have with men is how protective they look. I could take Chris. So you got to come with something else. Sophie said Chris wants to date a tall woman. He started talking about models and working out. He is a creep because I think Chris sees himself as something else, just like Devontae. Pace URL said Chris has the audacity because he's not even fit himself to be demanding a woman who works out. I got to be honest with you. The way he talks about fitness, I don't see it. I do not see it. He built like Gumby. I do not see it. Dreadful said, literally say anything else. There is no reason to ever say that to a woman. You're not feeling it, period. Yep. And to say to her face, I can't stop thinking about Brie. He said that to you just because you're too nice. First of all, Peaceful said, and Brie's body is exactly like Jess. Pause. She's way bigger than Jess. She's bigger than Chris. So what is he talking about? He wanted to humble her. Here's the thing. Jess is pretty popular and a doctor. He can't compete. So what does a man do when he can't compete? He tries to humble you. He tries to find something about you that he can tear down and make you insecure because he's insecure being in your presence. So he needs to make you feel how you make him feel so he can feel like he dominates you in some area. That's why Chris was like smirking when he was saying those things to Jess and she was crying, because that's what he wanted. He feels so inadequate standing next to her. So he had to tear that woman down. Ew. Deborah said he wasn't making any sense. Does he want a bodybuilder? He wasn't making any sense because it wasn't about what he wanted. It was about making Jess feel less than. Because look at his house and then look at her house. Look at what she brings to the table. Look at what he brings to the table. Girl, he was jealous of you. Thank God you got away. Hannah said, why is Bree's face orange? What the rest of her body is white? It's something going on there with that sun in Ohio. It's something there. Everybody's skin is jacked. Lo-Fi Hayes said Chris is insecure about Jess's success. He knows he's out of his league and hates it. Yep, that's what they all do. Ooh, what the hell is that? That's what they all do. So Steph said, this man is disgusting, and this interaction made me not want to watch the show. Oh, he's terrible. I'm going to keep on watching because I know that Amber's getting them all together at their reunion. Dahlia said, meanwhile, he never indicated. Oh, child, I thought it was an earthquake. Dahlia said, meanwhile, he never indicated in the pods being into exercise was important to him or important for the woman that he wanted because she mentioned that. He was like, no, it's just something I like to do. No, it's not really. It's so important to you that you would want to end this relationship. It wasn't about that. He needed to make her feel small. Eeny, weeny, teeny, super guy. Needed to make Jess feel as small as he feels standing next to her. The Tin Weasley said, it's clear that he's a hobbit who is mad she out alpha. Come on, Star family. We're so smart. I love us. Him by out alpha him by being rich, confident, happy, and beautiful all by herself. He's jealous and wants Bree because she will fall for his fake persona. You better preach. You better preach. So Steph said he was pissed after seeing Jess's house. Yes, I love us. That's exactly what it was. Ciao. So Steph said, then to tell the whole world she is horrible and bad, that was low. I don't think that was accurate. He had to cut her down to size. I keep on telling women, y'all are always thinking about, oh, that she jealous of me, she jealous of me. The man you're married to is more jealous of you than any woman will ever be. What do you think is happening right now in the Black community? We got a problem because the man is more jealous of us than they're in love. They trying to compete. We're trying to bone. What is happening? I will never forgive these podcasters for what they have done to today's men. Kimberly said, Chris is intimidated. Jess is 5 feet, a small frame, and successful. Yep. He can't out educate her, out career her, and out money her. She's the alpha in that relationship. And he hates it because he has an alpha problem, right? So he's in the gym. He's doing all these triathlons and CrossFit. He's doing all these things to like make himself this alpha kind of guy because that's such a big deal for him because he doesn't. The world didn't see him like that, and he needs to make the world see him how he sees himself in his Instagram profile pic. And here he has this woman that as soon as he realizes he can't be the alpha in this relationship, tear her down. Tear her down. That's what men who are out of a woman's league does all the time. That's why I tell y'all, date up. A woman can't really date up because ain't no man better than a woman. But still, date the fine guy with money. Don't do these men no favors. Don't be like, oh, well, I'll give him a shot. He's not my type. You are going to be crying in 6 weeks. 6 days, child. Don't do it. Fine and wealthy. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to go after. The rest of them, they're going to try. If you have more than these men, they're going to try to humble you. You just can't do it. You just can't do it. Oh, I know. I make 6 figures, but it's okay. I'm fine. I'll take that guy. That's the shift manager at Walmart. He's a good guy. He gonna make you feel that inadequacy. You just can't do it. At least not with these men. My God, today, you just can't do it. Jesse said Chris sitting there like a hobbit looking with them feet swinging, just dangling off the couch. BB said, I love it when Amber looked down on him. And when she told him, you'll never be able to get another I think another beautiful doctor ever again. And he was like, I don't give a flying F. I don't care. You care. You care. You care. Especially ladies, have you ever noticed, right? That a guy like out of nowhere, like you could be hanging and like having a really good time, and a guy out of nowhere will try to like cut you down to size. Especially black women. Black men, the black men who are like jealous of you, immediately jealous of you, you will know. Because you'll be hanging out or whatever, and he'll just come over out of nowhere and be like, you ain't all that. Huh? Why would you even say that? And he'll do it like it's a joke. That is jealousy. Get away from him. Get away from him. Oh, I'm trying to be like you, big money. Get away from him. That is not a compliment. Not a compliment. Oh, look at you with all them degrees. Oh, so you smart. Get away from him. That jealousy can never hide itself. It will camouflage, but my God, today, when it can no longer camouflage itself, it shows up, and by the time it shows up, it is full on envy. Get away from them. Get away from them. Zora said, little body and little voice. Everything's about him is little. Everything about him is little. Even the feet. Them little bite-sized Ken doll feet. Boy, go ahead. Go ahead. We're off to see the wizard. That's what he sounds like. He sounds like Oompa Loompa. He's trying to tear Jess down to size. She was doing you a favor. Don't do them any favors. Don't do them any favors. He was a fun guy. I wasn't attracted to him, but I wanted to see where it goes. Okay. Set yourself up for that if you want to. Eva Ripley said, Chris makes me understand the male loneliness epidemic. The call is coming from inside the house. Yep. Hey, Maya. Hey, Meme. Meme said, even though he's no model, I feel like he wants like a tall runway type. Now that he's with a doctor too, he's overly confident. He's not that into Brie either. He just wants to be a player. Yeah, he wants to, because he sees himself a certain way. So he wants to exist in that way that he sees himself, because he feels like, because he does these triathlons and he's put on some muscle, that he should have this kind of life. And even though the rest of the world is looking at him like, what are you doing? Get off, like, get down. Like, shoot, fly, shoot. But I'm telling you, the men on this show is having an identity crisis. Like, they see themselves extremely different than what we, the rest of the world, see these men. That's how he sees himself. The 10 Weasley said, I had to go back and rewatch the pool party because he's trying to gaslight us like we haven't seen both of them. Dolly said, Chris is definitely one of those black pillar looks maxing type. He's the right age for it. Oh, he is. He absolutely is. Robert said, okay, glad I'm not the only one that noticed his stomach. I would absolutely not allow a man with that voice to speak to me that way. Yeah, Sophie said, Emma said he more followers. Yep, he sees himself such a different way. Love Like You Are is absolutely AI, and that is a problem with a lot of those MAGA fitness people. They love AI. AI creates a world for them, and it's actually pretty sad. AI creates a world and an existence for them that they can dominate in. They don't feel like they can't dominate in this world because they're awful people, but they won't become a better person. They'll just build this fake world and see themselves as that. They are those guys like Chris are the ones who fall in love with those AI women on TikTok. If you ever go into like them AI models or whatever, if you ever go into their comments, there are grown men talking to them like they're human beings. Grown men talking about what they would do to them sexually, how they would love to have a woman like that in their lives. And I'm like, oh my God, this is a freaking cartoon. Like, it's so scary. I don't know how any of this could be fixed. They are in crazy town. Crazy town. Um, Ashley said, wow, that's how he imagines himself in his head. Yep. Yep. It's sad. You know, he's a jerk, but it's just like, it's something going on there. Kimberly said, Chris, no, poor Tink Tink. That pic is not you. That's what he sees. That's what he sees. Dahlia said, Nikki, Gab, oh, Gabri Sidibe said the same thing in an interview. Be mean to men that respect you and want you. The male host backed her up. It's the truth. It's the truth. You gotta mom them. You gotta sit down. It's crazy what it is. That's what you have to do. Sit there. You want a man to fall in love with you? What the? Dreadful said, I don't want a guy who would play with a more vulnerable woman anyway. Absolutely. Good men don't do what he did to anyone. Absolutely. But Bree think it's cute. Bree think it's cute. Stop, girl. Because I've been feeling a sort of way because, you know, my cheeks have puffed up from my dental surgery. So I've been feeling haven't been feeling like myself. So thank you. Drop it. That's what we're here for. Drop the tea. Drop the tea. Like Miss Honey said, spill, please. I love you. Y'all are so messy. Spill, please. Spill, please. So Steph said he dogged this woman out and didn't understand why she didn't stay. Here's the thing, and it's so shallow, but it's true. Chris was pulling stunts like he was 6'5". Chris was pulling stunts like he looked like Chris Evans, age 27 to 33. You can't do that. You're no James Dean. You can't do that. You pull those kinds of stunts, a woman gonna be like, okay, because she knows there's better. She was doing you a favor. That's why he was sitting there like, wow. Like, I didn't want her to leave. I wanted to stay in the process with her. Now, if you were 6'5" and fine, Jess probably would have been like, I need a minute. I need to take a second. We'll talk in the morning. But no, you're 5'2" and built like a hobbit. You got the voice of an Oompa Loompa. I'ma go. I'ma go. You can't pull those kind of stunts. You have to fight in your weight class. Jess was not in your weight class. You found out real quick. Real quick. You can't pull them stunts. Not with her. Not with her. That's what he wanted. Kimberly said Chris wanted to keep on playing her face. He wanted to keep on playing her face because he thought that he was that guy. He thought all I needed to do was get some muscles. And the girls will come running. No. It's muscles. It's height. It's swag. It's face card. Y'all keep on looking at these hot and popular guys and thinking, oh, he has muscles. All I have to do is get muscles and I get the girl. No. Y'all need his genes. You need that dude's bloodline. You are not that. So you better be funny or rich. At least kind. You want to be a jerk and you're not the standard? Crazy work. Crazy. Put the podcast down. It's frying your brain. You talk like this. And you thought you was going to have options? I hate to say it. But you're sitting over here talking about Jess was bad in bed. Can you imagine a man that sounds like a Oopa Loompa trying to talk dirty to you? She was doing you a favor. Jess, let the chopper sing at that reunion. She was doing you a I can't even fathom. Oh, I cannot even say my name. Say Chris. Oh, she was doing you a favor. Oh my God. Oh, she was doing you a favor. My God, today. I don't want that tea. Take that tea back. Take that tea back. Dolly said, well, Northern Europeans set it up all up and through the Northwest and the Northern states. So it tracks that Jordan looks getting it. Yeah, that's a Viking. That's a Viking, child. All right, Amber. Danielle said, I think they realized they weren't going to have many couples to make it to the altar, so decided to still follow Vic and Christine. They don't have much drama though, so they're an afterthought. Thank you for saying that. They feel like an afterthought. I'm like the one couple that's healthy. You know, they got a little dust ups, but it's just like they seem like this is what the show should be about. Why aren't y'all focusing on? Because like if anything, this is real Love Is Blind. But you know what? They're both attractive. Never mind. Miss Honey said the producers forget that we also like to see at least one good couple. Yep. But see, the thing about it is, since I feel like they know we want to see one good couple, and if they're not giving us anything of the good couple, that gives me pause. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? I'm so scared. Vic and Christine scare me. I'm just so scared. Sophie Chats-a-lot said that is why Brittany said she sounds white. Yes, because that's who Devontae thought he was getting. That door opened up and he said, colored. Ooh, he was hot. He was hot. Dahlia said, Brittany said she's Latina as though there are 1 million of Black people in Latin America. Honey, they got dropped off first. Brazil alone got Jocelyn Hernandez is Latina. The Puerto Rican princess is Latina. Okay. Sophie Chats-a-lot said, Brittany heard Devontae, but I think she thought she was getting someone with more melanin. Yes, because that's probably what normally chooses her. And I think, you know, the less melanin, the less they'll choose you. Unless it's Alex. This show is so weird. Dolly said, we can't forget that Brittany's Colombian mom was raised by white people in Ohio. You know what? Yeah, it's a lot happening there. Poor thing. But that's the thing. Kimberly's just like, Brittany and Devontae do not understand if you have a drop. Yeah, I don't think they get it because the people that are raising them don't get it. Yikes. A chocolate student said, remember, Nigerian sleep study, Stephen. Oh my God, today. What a character. Oh, he was a weirdo. Sophie Chats-a-lot said, Brittany just didn't think he was attracted to her. Then she's willing to drop her draw. That pissed me off with that. I was like, Brittany, how dare you? How dare you? Don't you part them legs for Devontae? Absolutely not. I wouldn't even let him rest his head on my bosom. Say that for Alex. Woo! Spency said, I thought that it was demonic that Chris wanted to talk to Connor. Chris is such a loser. He really is. He wants to be that guy. You cannot be that guy. You're not that guy. You're not that guy. Dahlia said Chris was probably using that meeting to get intel into Brit. This guy is Bree. This guy is ruthless as sociologists. Yeah, that's why they're such good buddies. That's why they're such good buddies. BB said Chris called Connor a passive beta. Here's the thing. That's how Chris lives his life. I'm telling you, I know that his follows are full, like that he follows all of them dating coach weirdos, all them looks maxer guys, all them fitness MAGA guy. They are all very weird. That's what he does. And then he lives his life in this AI world. Unwell. Unwell. Zora said, what does Alex want to do and why is it difficult for him to be a coach? Ashley's dad is going to find out. McGlecton said the way that mama blamed all of Alex's yeah. Ashley, ciao. Sophie said, I just feel like it's up to Bree to go to the dark side or not. I would say a lot about her. We already know Chris seems like a D-bag. I just couldn't believe that she told him that sex with Connor is good but not great. Why would you give him that? Knowing that he's trying to take girl, you probably was eating it up. You probably love the fact that you had this eeny weeny teeny super guy fighting over you. Ugh, the bar is in hell. The bar is in hell. Dahlia said Alex's mama was trying to check Ashley and talked bad about his ex. She's no girls, can't be trusted at all. At all. So Steph said Alex's mama tried to make Ashley feel sorry for him and Alex changed his name. The good people on Reddit. Really? I gotta get in that Reddit thread. I gotta be. Here's the thing. Spency said Alex being a MAGA nut job has me thinking she wants this. I think her being a MAGA nut job is why she can't walk away from this. I think that's why. I don't know why I just thought about this. There was a social justice warrior, a black woman who was in the cast. She was in the pods. I for sure thought that her and Vic were going to match. I wonder what happened there. I can't believe that social justice warrior Vic didn't match with any black women. Um, Deborah said Alex mom was talking about his injury like it happened yesterday and not 15 years ago. She said he's just now getting. Oh, she's just as delusional as her son. Just as delusional. Social Steph said the way he went on and on about the girl's period was disturbing. Alex is giving me serial killer. I wouldn't say he gives me serial killer. He definitely gives me jerk. He definitely gives me jerk. Um. Oh, she was like, no, he can't just be living your life. He has to have his own thing too. It's a compromise. Hold on. He don't got no home. You trying to sell this son and how amazing he is. Why doesn't he have a property? Back up. Back up. BB girl said Emma's sister was protecting her. LOL. She is like F out of here with that baby talk. Oh, them sisters don't play. They was standing 10 toes down for her. They was just like, she don't want no kids. When that sister said, I love my kids. If I could do it over again, I wouldn't have them. Mike was like, oh. He said, this whole family is radical. Ooh, his face. Dahlia said, I'm struggling to understand how Emma's parents are this ignorant about Emma's pain. They acted so surprised. I will say, oftentimes kids hide their pain because they don't want to hurt their parents. Because it's obvious that they love her. They just didn't know how to serve her. And that's what's unfortunate. Um, Ashley said they definitely should have exposed her to her culture. That's on them. Yep. And the thing about it is now it's on her to discover her culture. How do you do that though? Does she find, oh, you know what? I was about to say, does she find an Asian support group of Asian children who are adopted by white people? But there are groups out there like that. Girl, go over there. You'll find your people. And you'll finally find something cute and Asian that you can connect with. Deborah said she was saying without saying she felt inferior and picked over because she's Asian. And I don't think they didn't get that. They're not Asian. They don't understand. Listen. If I were to adopt a child that wasn't my culture, when I tell you we would be so ingrained in that culture, like I would not be playing. If I adopted a Chinese child, let me tell you, 3 days out of the week, we in Chinatown. 3 days out of the week, we in Chinatown. Me and my baby at home making dumplings. Like I'm gonna let her know. Yes, she might have a box braid or two, but we're gonna be knee deep in that culture. Like, turn up, baby. It's the year of the horse. Like, taking her back to Mecca. Me and her going to China. I'm gonna let her connect with her people. I'm gonna get some hair. I'm not going to China without getting no hair, girl. You know, you and mommy gonna stop and get some bundles. But I'm also going to expose her to her culture. I'm gonna be right there learning Mandarin. Y'all be learning Mandarin with my baby. Is it ni hao? Oh, child. How do you say hello in Chinese? It's not Chinese, right? Ni hao, ni hao. Yeah. My baby, like I'm black. The baby obviously gonna have black culture influence, but I will make sure that her culture is also a part of her life. How can you take that from her? If you don't know, then you and her have to learn together. You and her have to learn together. Oh, the aunties in Chinatown will love me because I'll be like, I'm back bringing my baby. Let's go. Where are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to be eating? I don't know. All I know how to make is ramen. What else? I need help. You know, I just think it's so ridiculous to have this child and raise her like you, knowing she will not be perceived in the world like you. That's so unfair. I want to let my what's that name gonna be? Starlee. I'm gonna let Starlee know. Listen, you have a black cultural influence because your mom is black. So off grip, you're gonna be popular. Off grip, you're gonna be popular because you know you're Chinese with black American influence. The girl's gonna eat you up. Everybody gonna love you. However, you are Chinese. This is how the world is going to see you, and this is how they're going to receive you, little Starlee, because you are a Chinese woman with black American influence. Prepare your child for that's what you're supposed to do as a parent. Every time we see Emma, she crying. You mean to tell me them parents ain't see Emma crying every damn day? You mean to tell me you didn't see her being rejected by them fugly white boys in your neighborhood? And her being more devastated than her sisters? Yeah, come on. Come on. Let's not play these games. Yes, my baby Starlee will have baby hair, but she will also be fluent in Chinese, which I think is Mandarin. I don't got a Chinese child, but if I did, I would learn. That's all I'm trying to say. Anyway, let me move on. Lo-Fi says Emma Pace lights up so much whenever she brags about her white family. It's weird. The family is actually a good family. They really love her. So I think she's just excited about them because they're good people to her. Dahlia said, I think Emma also has issues with the Chinese culture because her bio family left her for dead. That's what she's been told. She could have died in that train station. Her white family chose her. I see why she struggles. We also have to be very aware of Emma is a woman in her what, late 20s, early 30s. Chinese adoption back then, there was a lot of things going on. Like, do we really know that Emma that she was abandoned? They better not play around and her mama see this show and be like, Starling, oh my God. That has happened. And then she get to be her mama. Her mama tell her the real story. We that's what she was told. We don't know if that's the truth. That's what that white adoption agency said. You won't trust their word? Spency said, I cackled at his sister, LMAO. She said, no, motherhood is hard. She was like, oh, I want to do this again. And I love them kids. Social Stuff said, I was stunned that Emma's parents didn't know she had any insecurities about her birthmark or being other. What the F did they talk about in their house? Anybody can interfere. Here's the thing. I think they knew about those things. I think they felt embarrassed that she was saying that on camera. You know, parents always trying to deny. Oh, wait a minute, that didn't happen. Oh, I never said that. Oh, they do it all the time. My mom got amnesia. She don't know about nothing that happened when I was. What I said that you did. I fought her. You fought her, mom. You fought that lady in front of my school. Yes, you did. But she'll be like, me? They have amnesia. They have amnesia. So I think that's what happened. They were embarrassed. And, you know, they got the parent amnesia. He's an anomaly. We'll never know, probably, guys. We'll never know. Sophie Chats a lot said Alex has been living off of his investments and severance package. Then he did some random jobs in Australia. He is into a nomadic lifestyle like the mama. Exactly. And it's just like, you don't want to give that up. Okay, well, that's a problem because as the head of household, you are the one that makes the most sacrifice or should, right? You got to change that. You think that you can support a wife and a family on a nomad lifestyle? It's giving homeless. It's giving you gonna have your kids playing an accordion in front of a Trader Joe's for some money. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. CEO Shogun said, I'm behind, but Chris ghosted the woman he was seeing to go on the show and told her he was going. Oh, well, okay. It is what that's who he is, child. Dahlia said Chris slipped up and was a little too honest with Jessica. Got himself booted off the show. Yep. Yep. How you gonna tell her you're not attracted to her, but want to complete the process with her? I'm not interested in you, but I want to finish the TV show. She said, go to hell. Go to hell. That's right, Jess. That's right, Jess. Sophie Chatsalot said, why can't they just use protection? The combo made me uncomfortable. You think that Alex uses protection? I think he's a pull-outer. I don't think he uses protection. CEO Shogun said, and when he came back from Love is Blind filming, he got back together with the girl, and she has who? Chris? It's women's fault. It's women's fault. He should not have options. He should not have options. Dolly said, I quote that too. Alex is such a victim and constantly throws it in his face to avoid accountability. Yep. He will always do that so that he is not responsible. You are the victim and you are wrong. He will make you feel bad for being hurt by him. Hey, Tifa. Tifa said, when I found out that Love is Blind was recruiting participants through Instagram, I knew yeah, absolutely unserious. You need to be going to churches, synagogues, mosque. That's where they at. That's where they at. They're not on Instagram. Active. A single man is looking to be somebody's father, husband and father is active on Instagram. Ciao. Ms. Honey said, too ultra conservative for birth control. Yikes. Too ultra conservative to practice abstinence. Well. They absolutely do. Peaceful said women need to stop applying. They absolutely do. Erwin said, I'm ready for Love is Blind lesbian edition. They will have all successful seasons. Them lesbians is getting married and staying together. And they will have their biracial children at the reunion. CEO Shogun said Chris's ex-girlfriend posted them on TikTok, but there's an interview of her with a YouTuber where I saw a video altogether today. I'm so sorry, I don't remember his name. It was a guy interviewer. These men didn't want to come on the show to get married at all. Social Steph said, Kavan responded to me on TikTok because I saw a video of him with the haircut and his beard together and said, he found the barber. What did he say? Alex Kay said Alex definitely has mommy and daddy issues. He needs to address that before trying to get married, in my opinion. Absolutely. Liza Galilee said fame and free. This is also fame and free puss. This is also well worded. Love is Blind must be canceled. There's scouring LinkedIn for men that want to track a woman's cycle. They're promoting slavery. What the hell? But sadly enough, some women sign up for slavery. Kavan, Social Stuff said Kavan got his homegirl styling him as well. They was on TikTok and Zara. Oh, good for him. CEO Shogun said, honestly, I think a lot of Black Americans have mommy and daddy issues only because our people have generally been generally disrupted somatic regulations. Child, let me look that up because I was going to fake and act like I knew what you said meant. No. I'm not going BS y'all. Using body basically to manage common shift. Oh, I agree. I'm gonna start using it. I can't go out right now. My somatic regulation is off. Oh, very true. Listen, we come from enslaved people. Of course, we're gonna have issues. The problem is we act like we don't. Well, we're fine. Black people, we got some stuff to deal with. We got some stuff to deal with. We can't sit up here and play. You know what? Peaceful said, talk about Chris. He has a drinking problem for sure, but also he was negging Amber. Here's the thing. Does Chris have a drinking problem, or does he not know that his little body cannot take a lot of alcohol? He's probably drinking alcohol of an average height person, an average height man, and getting drunk faster. And he doesn't realize that because he's probably drinking what Jordan is drinking, and it's going to affect Jordan differently. You're going to get lit quicker than Jordan because the alcohol doesn't have that far to go. He needs to check that. Social Seth said he said it was just too long in there without access to a barber. I wanted to say that has nothing to do with your patchy beard and 2 scoops of hair. Ciao. Oh, Sophie said Tyler and Kia were also recruited. Oh, Lord. This is terrible. Nobody wants. If you're recruiting people, that means that nobody is signing up for this show. Pack it up. Pack it up. Pack it up. Social Steph said she damn near cried over him not pulling her for a chat in Cabo and said she sounds like a chain smoker. Now he says he can't get over her and he wants her. Who are we talking about? But he didn't catfish casting. So how he still get on here? K235 said Connor seems gentle and patient. Chris is insecure and immature and disrespectful. Brie is a fool if she goes for Chris and said, oh, she absolutely is. Dahlia said, I'm side-eyeing Brie because why is she entertaining this bum? She really told this man how Connor is a bad girl. What? That was completely disrespectful. And if he never forgives her, he's right. That was disrespectful. Like, you are definitely taking a stab at his ego with that. I didn't think she was until then, Jesse. I was like, this is huge pick me behavior. You know what, Shoni? Probably. Chris gets the woman that can pick him up and, throw him all around the room while they're doing CrossFit. And Bree gets to run his pockets. A win is a win, I guess. Kimberly said, I don't like women being dragged, but I wonder if Bree is getting dragged. Oh, she has to. She has to be getting dragged online. That was terrible. And I'm not even a fan of Connor. That was mean. Dahlia said, Bree is also delusional. She's average as her fiance, but thinks she can play games like This Is Love Island. Girl, bye. Well, is she may be average to you, but is she average in Ohio? Hannah said, Bree started to piss me off when she was being messy in Mexico. Dang, I forgot about that. I forgot that she was thinking about Chris. Oh my God. What did they get together? This season is a mess. Dahlia said the men are trash, but so are Bree and Emma. Emma's just traumatized. Nonsense Behavior said they need to do right by Philly next season. I need to be entertained. It has at least 3 to 4. Guys, when is the Philly season coming out? Because if they're casting for Philly, they have to film it. And they normally do. So we're going to get Philly next year. We're not going to get Philly. Damn it. CEO Shogun said, I'm bored that the women outclass the men every season. I haven't watched it since DC. I just watch up Nikki's reviews. Here's the thing. It's going to be like that for a very long time. Here is why. Our grandmothers were not able to, didn't have rights. They did not have freedom. So what a lot of our grandmothers and our mothers instilled in us was like, you're going to do well. You're going to go out there. You're going to get the education. You're going to get the job. You're going to do everything that women were not allowed to do. So there's this huge influx of women in the workforce and in education who are out earning and out learning men. So there is an imbalance there. So because these men feel this imbalance, instead of matching us because they were pushed into the workforce, we were pushed into education. And with the education, you just get better jobs, right? And you make better money. These men were pushed into the workforce. So instead of the men joining us in college and getting a higher education, they decided to become these jealous nut jobs who are now listening to idiot podcasters and idiot political figures who are telling them that they're right and everybody else is wrong, who are stroking their egos while the inadequacy between men and women get larger and larger and larger. Ugh. We're in a bad place, ladies and gentlemen. K23 said, I definitely agree this season has been entertaining so far. I really want to stop watching once I see no Black women made it past the pause, but I actually am still enjoying all this Caucasian drama. I am so glad Black women are not in this mess. Thank the Lord. Aoife Ripley said, my mom let me know early on to be mean to a man. They got to know they can't try you ever. They got to love you just a bit more. Let me tell you something. When they know that they can't try you, they leave you alone. Miss Brown Sugar said, I would be down with the idea of a nomadic, adventurous life if I could see how me and my partner would stay financially secure. But this lack of concern of my well-being and my career is a big no. Absolutely. If he got the coins, I don't mind being a nomad. Are we saying at 4 seasons around the world? Let's go. Nomad me up, daddy. But if you're talking about being a nomad and we're staying in hostels, boy, bye, I'm keeping my job. Social Steph said, Emma did come across as very charming with Mike's parents. She did. I like the parents. I like that interaction with Emma and Mike's parents. And I think she liked it too, because that is something that she craves as well. Acceptance. And they accepted her right away, except for the mom. What happens in 6 years? Well, she still don't want kids, Mike. She was not playing. Sarah said, Alex had that Trump name circled and underlined in his notebook under Ashley in the pods. He is definitely a Trumper. Yep. K2235 said, do we know for sure her dad family is MAGA too? Someone mentioned the brother said something that made it seem like he didn't agree. You know what? We don't know. But for the dad said, did you vote for Trump or something like that?" and smiled. He didn't give any pushback on it. So I only assumed. And Alice continues to say that him and Ashley, have the same views. And he's telling her family that he's conservative and he loved Trump and all of that stuff. So one can only assume. Dahlia said, "I don't even think Alex is aware of his problems." Yep. Or that his family is effed up. He talks like it's totally normal. Yep. Yep. K23 said Ashley is the beauty standard. Meanwhile, she is a bleach blonde, and I think her great eyes might also be context. Look at Paris Hilton. Look at Paris Hilton. Dolly said, "Do you remember when the DC season had a bunch of combos about serious stuff like American imperialism and fertility? The two multiracials was getting into it. Why'd they stop?" Well, that's DC. DC is very woke and very progressive. That's why I'm just like, I think you guys need to wait for Philly. If they are casting actual Philadelphians, I think you guys are going to be very impressed with the conversations and the mess. They'll bring it. They'll bring it. We have got to talk about that. We cannot talk about that on this live. I'm gonna try to carve out some time tomorrow. Girl, we got to get into it. We got to get into it. I love the K23. I love Amber and Jessica's homes. They were so cute. I looked at that home, Amber's home, and the way she decorated it and how she just carved out a space for her daughter in there. And I was like, oh, I like Jordan. Please don't bring him into there. Because there's going to have to be a space made for Jordan. And I don't think that home should be it. Dr. Edmani said, "Family is big in Italian culture and explains a lot about why Mike is so pressed to have kids." Yep. His mother wasn't playing. K235 said, "LOL, Italians really still don't get that they're white, huh? Spicy white, but white." Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They will couple up immediately. One of my friends from high school, she met her husband in the 4th grade. And they've been together since the 4th grade. Crazy. But it's very normal in our culture. It's very normal in our culture. Miss Honey said, "Cruel, heartless folks also love Trump. Equals scammers." Absolutely. Absolutely. Social stuff said Emma did. We got that one. Nori's note said the Italian family was straight out of a movie. They really were. They really were. Miss Marshall said if Mike knew that he wanted kids, then he should have proposed. Stop pressuring that woman. Yep. 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 Dr. Imani said, "I trust that Emma will be honest with herself and walk away if she knows she won't if she won't bend concerning having kids. And I love how her family is encouraging her to make the decision for herself." Absolutely, because her family is under the impression that she don't want children. So they're like, "Emma, what is going on with this conversation?" Because they're like, "Oh, we thought that we weren't getting them from you." Oh my goodness. 714 said Mike is being very delusional about this whole kid thing. I need him to step out of it, please, immediately. Zora said, "I hope Emma doesn't just compromise and have kids. If you don't want to be a parent, don't force it just because your romantic partner wants kids, especially how everybody, including her sister, is telling her how hard it is." K23 said Emma has been upfront about not wanting kids, and she's not really standing on business because why are you even entertaining a man who wants some that you don't? Kimberly said, "Well, Mike be open to adoption." I don't think he would be. Was that ever asked? I think Steven, asked Emma, but I can't remember if Connor or Mike talked about adoption with Emma. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he wouldn't just because of his culture, but who knows? 714 said, "I have 2 cousins that are white mom biracials, but you wouldn't be able to tell that they had a white parent unless you knew them. LOL. They just look like light-skinned black men." That's the thing. Sometimes them genes, they pop out and you don't look like what they expected. Brittany is expecting a light-skinned baby with light eyes. Okay. That's not how genetics works. Um, K23 said, no, because Vic definitely gave pro-black. He did to me. Remember when I was looking at his Instagram, I was like, oh, he wanted a sister. So him choosing a white woman, even though there were plenty of black women too, was disappointing. I do think their relationship is genuine, but the optics still suck. Here's the thing. I want black women to be with good men, especially if they are black. I would love, I love me some black love. If it's not working out with that black dude, okay. I don't want it to be forced. I don't want it to be forced. Uh, Zora said Diva will pop out, pass out if that baby pops out with 4C curls. Chow. Has he ever seen Britney's hair wet? Lord, 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 Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. Imelda said, I was attracted to women whose views are the complete opposite of his. Call it out. The moment his politics enter the conversation, they will run. Thank you, Love is Blind, for the public service. Yep. Zora says, see how being racist a preference hurts you. Why is she hung up on Mr. Scammer? Let me track your period. Here's the thing. Being a preference of men is something a woman should never want to be. Because the only reason why you are a preference to a man is because you're easier to enslave. That's all it is. That's all it is. And when they cannot enslave you, they try to humble you to get you to the point where you feel so less than, then they can enslave you. That is the only reason why you're a preference. You're not a preference because you're better than any other woman. You're a preference because they think that you are dumber than any other woman. Listen to a man when he says, listen to a man that likes a preference, right? What is the thing that he says about that person? It's nothing about their beauty. It's about how obedient they are, how they can do anything to them. And they'll be okay. They don't complain. What do they say about the women that are not considered the preference? The first thing they always say, they're strong. I know who you are. Why wouldn't you want a strong woman? I know who you are. Nope. Deborah said Chris's alleged ex said he never paid for anything, is in $60K in debt, and was sued by two. How the hell do you get to the point where you're being sued by credit card companies? I didn't even know they could do that. All the men on the show are scammers. All the men on the show are scammers. 714 said, I got that one. Give me shelter. Hey, so remember, Nikki, we talked about how the white supremacist groups are more active in the North PA, number one, followed by Ohio. Oh, you are right. I think it lacks exposure and tribalism with them over there. You are right. We did talk about that. I forgot about Ohio. No shade. Ohio is forgettable. It's just like, what is Ohio known for? You know what I mean? I feel like it's always LA, New York, Philly, Chicago, Cali, Jersey, Atlanta. Like, those are the ones you hear about more because there's a cultural identity for those cities. I feel for those cities, I feel like the places that for those cities and states, there's like cultural identity. I feel like the places that don't really have that, you just kind of forget about. Because I don't know what the culture and identity is of Ohio. I don't know what the culture and identity is of Cleveland. You'd say Jersey, I got it figured out. You say Philly, I got it figured out. New York, I got it figured out. Ohio, I don't know what's happening over there. Ashley said, Chris is not attractive in any way. Face, body, height, nothing. My guess is he knows that and is intimidated by Jess. Inside, he knows she's too good. Absolutely. That's why he created that fake persona on Instagram. The men are not well. The men are not well. He can't grow it. He cannot grow it. K235 said, Jess still seems to be petite in shape, though. So I really don't get Chris's issues with her not being a gym freak. Because it wasn't about that. He had to find something to make her feel less than. So what do? Especially to a white woman, you comment on her body. He knew what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. Ashley said, yes, Chris's terrible behavior really stems from heavy insecurity. Excuse me. It's his way of making himself feel better about himself. Absolutely. Instead of just going to therapy and being a good person. That's what it is. A lot of those like nasty and mean people, they are dealing with insecurities about themselves, and they want to put those things on you. They want to, instead of getting the help they need, they want to vomit their insecurities onto somebody else. And Chris did that with Jess. The Tory experience said, listen, the way Connor says that Bree never shuts the F up makes me feel like he doesn't really like Bree at all, LOL. See, I don't know. I don't know if he doesn't like her, if that's his way of showing affection. It's very, very, very weird. Zora said, these red pills not realizing that alpha and beta doesn't exist in the wild and doesn't really exist to women. It only exists in wolves in captivity. Idiots. Yep. Yep. Oh my God. I can't even repeat that. Ashley says it's weird that Ali said he vote for Trump, but he's attracted. They all are like that. They all are like that. The MAGA men do not want MAGA women. They want the opposite of their political views. Yep. Tin Weezy said, yeah, first it was CrossFit, then Pilates, then pheromones, then the cat was bad. He was saying anything that he thought could humble her. Absolutely. Chastity said, can we talk traders or have you given up? I've given up on the season, not the reunion. We will talk about the reunion next week. E for Empathy said, a jealous man is a dangerous man. Absolutely. Absolutely. Zora said, Chris could have married up and gotten a piece of that bag, but thick hips let his patriarchy win. Damn. Well, he would have had a good life with her. He would have had a good they're not smart. That's why we need to lead. He would have had a good life with that woman. The way she would have upgraded him, he's a fool. He's a fool. She would have changed his life. Always Prices said, Bree should have checked his A. I was irritated AF. After that man was there for your short, stupid A. Social Steph said, I put in the chat earlier. The T is that, okay. Thank you, Social Steph. Always Prices said she was probably dry as a Saharan giving you some sympathy. Boom, boom. Imagine one of the lollipop kids talking down. The lollipop down. I'm doing too much. Oh my God. BB Girl said, theme for this season is if you're black, nothing for you. If you're white, something for you. Oh my goodness. K23 said, 235 said, I think Bree is trying to play cool and seem neutral, nonchalant in that convo with Chris. But the fact that she even entertained the convo in the first place was insane. Here's the thing. I thought that too. Then she told him about her sex life with Connor. And I was like, oh, are you feeding into this? It's starting to feel like it. Always Priceless. It's starting to feel like it. Always Priceless said Brittany thought that she was going to put it on him and get him hooked. Mistake is old as time. Absolutely, because she's used to men who look like him fawning over her. This Ohio is something else. Kimberly, I'm hoping that that's why we're not seeing anything about them. Because Kimberly says maybe Dick and Christine are the only couple to stay and get married. I'm hoping that's the case, child. Because they're not giving us anything about that couple. We get 2 seconds and that's it. I was literally watching this episode like, wait, hold on, go back. Why aren't y'all letting us learn this couple? What is the problem? 2, I can't give my baby 4 box braids. That's too much. 2, just to let her know, or experience some of mama's culture, but that's it. I can't do too much. I cannot. Listen, we will learn about her culture, but mommy is getting some here. Mommy is getting some here. You know what? And I might teach my baby how to be a business owner and open up a hair store. Child, listen, we gonna do it. We gonna do it. Oh, Mandarin and Tagalog. Yeah, we gonna learn both. We gonna learn both. Let's get into it. Dahlia said, I want to adopt. Best believe if they are a different ethnicity, they will be connected. I'm not having my baby feeling disconnected and lost. Oh my God. I love being from Philly. I was just thinking about a family friend who does foster care, and she had fostered this cute, adorable little Chinese boy. But we had to talk to her and be like, he is Chinese. Like, you can't raise him like a black child. When I tell you the way she would dress him, we would be in shambles. It's like, okay, why this baby got on Tim's? He had Tim's. He had a gold chain. He would go to the barbershop and get a lineup. We were like, my mom was like, now, that baby is Asian. You got. She was like, well, no, I want him to fit in the home, but I'm just like, but y'all not of the same culture. Like, you gotta. He looked so cute though. You would have thought he was Puerto Rican. Y'all have to also bring that baby's culture in. My God, I just literally just thought about him. He was the cutest thing. But the way she would dress he looked like Fat Joe. The way she would dress him, I was just like, hey, you can't do that to that baby. Oh Lord. Oh, I love it. Always Prices said, my ex-daughter is half Japanese. We were learning Japanese together. It's just so random, but this just made me think of Carrie Hilson when she was dating, who was his name? Ibaka? I forget his name. But Sergey, some Congolese man, that she was twisted over. She loves herself some Ibaka. But I always think about this video. It was so cute to me. There's a video where they're sitting in his Rolls Royce, and he's like, hey, Carrie. And he starts speaking in his language and like having her like respond, because she was learning his language. She was learning her man language. It was so cute. And the cutest thing about the video was that he was so proud that she could speak to him. Do y'all speak Congolese? I'm learning, y'all. They were speaking to each other in Congolese. It was so cute. And she was so happy to be in her man Rolls Royce. Child, I love it. Yes, learn your man culture so your baby could. Miss Brown Sugar said, that reminds me of the episode of This Is Us when Randall's friend's parents read the Pearson's mom down for not even bothering to meet her other black parents. And I said, amen. Get Rebecca together, right? Starlee. She's going to be the flyest chick in school. Yeah. Always Priceless said they definitely saw it, but probably don't see color. And you have to see color. Everybody else sees color. And you see color too. Give Me Shelter said, well, the problem is people are adopting these children of different races and ethnicity, believe their own race is more superior. Look at that man who was tracking that lady's cycle. Mama did what? There we go. K235 said, this happens with adoptee Black and Asian children all the time. I get that the parent can't teach them a culture, but they don't know themselves, but it's still sad. Absolutely. Here is the thing. That's why I'm just like, let's not beat them parents up. Emma's biological parents, because we don't know the truth. We don't know the truth. Um, Social Stuff said the one child policy messed up a lot of Chinese girls. We don't really know what happened with that whole situation. That could be it too. Dahlia said that's a good point. I could see her family leaving her because of all the birthmarks and giving up on her, but they couldn't afford the surgeries or she was trafficked. Like, we don't know. So I'm like, we're not going to villainize them parents until, we know their side as well. Um, Always Prices said, "Child, my mama don't know what she said this past weekend. LOL. They are hilarious." Because that's what I think what happened to our parents. They were just like, "No, we didn't do anything wrong." Emma said, "Y'all raised me white, and that affected me." Kimberly said, "Alex wants a child to look up to him, but he doesn't talk about wanting a wife or partner to stand with." Yep, yep. Because this is the thing. They're not coming on this show to be husbands or fathers. They're not. Casting had to find them and convince them. I feel like casting is begging a lot of these men to come, promising them all kinds of things. The documentary on Love is Blind is going to be amazing, y'all. Amazing. We would have all weddings on a Love is Blind lesbian season. Dahlia said, "Nikki, if Love and Blind was truly serious about relationships, they'd use your idea, recruit, and worship centers, but they really just want drama and chaos and sex." Here's the thing. If you recruit and worship centers, you're going to get more drama, more chaos, and more sex. Them sexually oppressed nut jobs and spiritual psychosis, TV gold. TV gold. K235 said Alex also does a lot of masking and trying to people please. Yep. Like he's constantly trying to project an image he thinks other people will respect. He really needs to address his trauma before marriage. I absolutely agree. Social Stuff said Alex changed his last name. It used to be Alec, and he also got rid of his last name because for whatever reason he had that man's he got a lot of issues with that dad. Yikes. Well, how was he a one night stand and he had his dad? Anyway, I'm not going to get into that truck driver's business. Hey, Heather. Heather said, "I just saw a picture of Alex in his soccer uniform, and the name says Alec Farrell." Oh, he gonna fit right in Miami, child. Dahlia said, "My mom is light skinned and my dad is dark skinned. They thought I'd be medium brown. Surprise, I'm darker than my dad. Ruined all of his colorist plans." I knew a kid that I used to work with back in the day, one of my first jobs. Black guy, visibly black, phenotypically black. You knew he was black. But he had blonde hair and blue eyes. His parents, both dark. He says that he has to tell people all the time that those are his parents. Like nobody believes him. And I gotta be honest with you. I didn't believe him until I met his parents, and he looks just like them. The perfect combination of them, just with blonde hair and blue eyes. Genes, you never know what's going to connect. You never know. And probably in Brittany and Devontae, them black genes are probably going to link up in that kid because they're just like, we have been fighting to come out. Brittany and Devontae have been holding us back. We're going to come out through this kid. Child, the ancestors don't play. Miss Project said, "I'm going to need y'all to back up off my state. Even though I don't claim it half the time, I'm a proud native Clevelander, and we have deep roots in strong black culture. The rest of the state, listen, I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't know. The only thing I knew about Ohio was the Drew Carey show. And I love that show. But it's just like, I don't know what the culture is. Because it's not very prominent, But I hope this Love is Blind cast is not that. Zora said, "Nikki, why did you give up on the Traders?" Here's the thing. I always do this with the Traders. I can never finish it because the racial and gender bias just doesn't make it fun. And to be honest with you, the faithfuls are so stupid. I can't take it. They are just so dumb. And they're all pissing me off because they're all on Instagram and Threads talking about, you guys haven't seen my strategy, but I'm doing a strategy behind the scenes. If we haven't seen it yet, you don't have one. You guys are idiots. I can't take it. The fact that Rob is running this game is crazy to me. I can't take it. It's a terrible season. Rain said Cleveland is Detroit without the excess of fur coats. Very distinctly Southern in influence and funny people. Easily annoyed though, so stay safe. I will say I have no intentions of going there. This Love Is Blind cast, they didn't do a good job of selling their of selling Ohio to us. Because I'm like, ooh, oh my God, they're saying love. I just realized with this Ohio cast, they're saying Love Is Blind Philly, but it's going to be Love Is Blind Pennsylvania. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Oh, if you get any whites from Ben Salem, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Ephraim said, Nikki, are we watching House of Villains this season? New York. Drita! Yes. When does it come on? When does it come on? Yes, we're watching. K235 said, Devontae, Brittany, Emma, and low-key Alex all seem to have issues with their racial identity, and I need them to handle that. Ciao. In Ohio, will they? Yes, Sergei Ibaka. Oh, he was. I loved it. I was so mad when they broke up. I was like, y'all can't fix it. I love that couple. And listen, y'all know I love Black love, right? I'm Black American love down. I will say the Black multicultural relationships, the Black, they get me. Oh, I love when I see them. I was like, oh, look at y'all. It'd be so cute. I love them kind of relationships. Like, look at y'all that found each other in the diaspora. I think those kind of relationships are so cute, and I was so fascinated with them. Then they broke up. Boo. 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 Give Me Shelter said, rumor is Joan Crawford obtained her kids from that crooked adoption ring, the golden. Like, guys, let's be real. There was a season where the whites was snatching up Asian children illegally. They was going over there and robbing parents of them kids. They did the same thing in Haiti. Child. Remember that? Remember that controversy? Dahlia said, this reminded me of how Madonna's black child's mama came out and said they were lied to about the adoption. They didn't know Madonna was. So let's not cuss out Emma's parents because we don't even know the truth. Is she the problem? Because I'm gonna have to talk to her. Because the casting has been terrible, Chelsea. They need to give you your walking papers. Ashley better not marry that man and move with him to Miami. He's gone. He is gone. I'm telling you, he absolutely, you got this. He's going to morph K23. He's going to morph into a Miami Cuban. And then a Haitian. Because do you see how he interacts with black men? I said, you are just destiny swapping every damn body. Like his switch up with Kevon? What was that? You just become whoever you need to be, don't you, Alec? Alec. Ciao. Zora said, wait, was his skin tone light skin or dark skin? He was light skin. He's a light skinned black man. He just had blonde hair and blue eyes. Listen, they gonna fight back. Dolly said, I'm convinced God created genetic diversity purely as a way to amuse himself because it's nothing but jokes. You never know how them kids are going to look out. You never know how to look at Cardi B's daughter with Offset. Offset with lashes. That baby it's all Offset. Offset look like he carried that baby. You just never know. K235 said the black genes will not be forgotten. They said, we're here. We're here. Chocolate Suna said, what's that tribe in Africa with clear blue eyes? Ooh. I ain't even gonna hold you. That seems a little scary. BB said, can't wait for the Boston season. Oh, I think Boston is before Philly. I can't wait either. My God, today. Those racist liberals, they're going to be a good time. Oh, the 26th. Next week? Oh, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, let's do it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Indigo said Angelina Jolie's adopted daughter was taken away from her mother. Her mother never gave her up. Angelina did help reunite them. Yeah, I remember that. Angelina didn't know. See, that's a good white mom to adopt kids. She don't play. Oh, them kids is engulfed in her culture. Her baby, her black daughter at HBCU. Oh, she said you're black. You're black. Every time we see that baby, she got box braids. Angelina don't play. Dahlia said the elite stopped snatching kids because they paying poor European women. I hate to bring up these files again, but they had a couple of girls in there that they were making carry babies. When are they going to prison? Oh my God. If they don't like the genetics, they'll abandon the babies. It's terrible. Yep. Yeah, I saw that. Chocolate Suda said Hillary Banks, Karen Parsons' daughter, has curly blonde hair and bright blue eyes too. Yep. And here's the thing. As we're getting into this conversation, guys, please do not bring up the Melanesian people. They are black. They are not African. They let us know. They said, we're black. We identify as black, but we're not African. Please. Everybody likes to bring up the Melanesian people with blonde hair. Every time we try to have that genetics conversation, those people are a different kind of indigenous, but they call themselves black. You know, the Aborigines in Australia identify as black too. There needs to be a black family reunion. I feel like everybody who identifies as black, we just need to come together for one family reunion and just stare at each other. Because my God, today, everybody black, child. Everybody black. Give Me Shelter said earlier, I put in the chat about the 20th century adoption ring. They wanted white babies and went as far as telling women their newborns passed away. Crawford was rumored to get her kid. Keep on telling you, them rich people is Evo. Evo. See, Dahlia said black but not African. How does that work? You leave it alone. Because they like to tussle. Leave it alone. Leave it. It would be. I would just be just staring at everybody like, wow. Wow. Because there are a lot of people that identify as black. Aborigine said we're black Australians. I said, really? Okay. Hey. My God, today. I mean, what else are we going to do? Like, hey, I didn't know we was in community. What's up? How you doing? What else could we do? It would be. But oh my God. And I don't think it would be any infighting. I think we would have a really, really good time. I think that fighting stuff is just online. I think, because I never really experienced it in person. But you never know. Anyway, guys, I have been talking for a very long time, and the jaw is telling me to shut up. So let me get out of here. I've had so much fun with you all. Thank you so much for joining me for Love is Blind. If you're a replay gang, give me 15 minutes. I'm going to put the timestamps in. I'm sorry I didn't do it for Next Top Model. I fell asleep while doing it. But I will do that right after this. I will see you tomorrow for a reality TV chat. And right after that, we're going to do Love After Lockup. Again, because I'm doing 2 lives tomorrow, I'm not going to do... I might be doing 3 lives. We got to talk about Andrew. I'm not going to be doing a reality TV chat because I feel like I'm already doing too much anyway by doing all this talking and laughing. So I got to use wisdom. So I'm probably going to make Love After Lockup a little shorter than my normal videos. I always say that, and we end up being here for 9 hours. But just know, tomorrow's going to be a little bit more tight because I did too much tonight. And I'm sorry, but I had fun. And I don't regret it. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Love you.